Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The children's footprints. I never wanted to be the night security guard at Oak Brook Elementary. The pay was decent enough, but something about schools after dark always unsettled me. Empty hallways that should be filled with children's laughter. Abandoned classrooms with chairs stacked on desks like tiny tombstones. It all felt wrong somehow. But I needed the work, and Oak Brook was desperate for someone to take the position after the last 3 guards quit within weeks of starting. I should have asked why. The school itself was brand new, all gleaming windows and fresh paint, built on the foundations of the old Oak Brook that had burned down in 1964. The townsfolk didn't talk much about the fire. When I asked around during my first week, people would get this strange, distant look in their eyes and change the subject. I eventually pieced together that it had happened during school hours, but beyond that, the details seemed deliberately buried. My first month on the job was uneventful. I'd make my rounds every couple of hours, checking doors and windows, occasionally shooing away teenagers trying to break in on a dare. The nights were long and quiet, filled only with the subtle creaks and groans of the building settling. Then the first snow fell. I remember that night clearly, December 12th, just past midnight. The weather forecast had predicted a heavy snowfall, and they weren't wrong. I watched from the security office as thick flakes drifted down, coating the playground equipment in pristine white. The fluorescent lights from the building cast long shadows across the untouched snow, creating an almost ethereal scene. At 2 a.m., I did my usual round. Nothing seemed out of place until I reached the east wing. Through the wall-length windows, something caught my eye in the snow. Footprints, small ones, like those of young children, leading away from the building's wall. My first thought was that some kids had snuck onto the property, but that made no sense. The snow had only started falling an hour ago, and I'd been watching the security cameras the whole time. No one had approached the building. I radioed it in and went outside to investigate. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, and my breath came out in thick clouds as I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They led from the wall, not from any door or window, but straight from the solid brick wall, out to the playground. Then they just stopped, mid-stride, as if whoever had made them had simply vanished into thin air. I checked the security footage later that night. Nothing. The cameras showed the snow falling undisturbed, then suddenly, between one frame and the next, the footprints appeared. I convinced myself it was some kind of trick of the light, or maybe wind patterns in the snow. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, always in different places, always leading from the building's walls, always vanishing without explanation. The maintenance staff started refusing to come in early to shovel the walks until after sunrise. They said they could hear things in the pre-dawn darkness, children laughing, the sound of running feet, sometimes crying. But when they'd look, there was never anyone there. I started doing research into the old school's history. The fire in '64 had made the national news, though most of the articles were frustratingly vague. It had started in the basement, they said, spreading so quickly that parts of the building collapsed before the fire department could respond. The death toll was never officially confirmed. That's when the dreams started. They always began the same way. I'd be doing my rounds, checking the halls like usual, when I'd hear singing. A children's song, something old and familiar that I could never quite place. I'd follow the sound down to the basement where the old foundation stones were still visible beneath the new construction. The singing would get louder, and I'd realize it was coming from behind one of the walls. Then the screaming would start. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of smoke in my nostrils. The dreams felt so real that sometimes I'd have to check my uniform for scorch marks. Last week they started the final phase of construction on the new gymnasium. The excavators were digging out the last section of the old basement when they found it, a room that hadn't appeared on any of the original blueprints. It had been sealed off with concrete, hidden behind one of the foundation walls. Inside, they found small shoes, dozens of them, blackened with smoke but still recognizable, and scratches on the inside of the door, desperate, frantic scratches that spoke of unimaginable terror. The official story in 1964 had been that the fire started accidentally, but I've seen the police reports they dug up from the archived evidence. They found accelerant residue around the basement door. The lock had been engaged from the outside. Someone had trapped those children down there, leaving them to suffocate in the smoke while the building burned around them. That's when the footprints changed. They stopped leading out to the playground. Now they all lead to the construction site, to the exposed foundation where that hidden room was found. Every morning, there are more of them, dozens of tiny tracks in the snow, all converging on that one spot. Last night, I heard the singing again. Only this time, I wasn't dreaming. It was coming from the basement. I know I should quit. 3 other guards already have, and I understand why now. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm meant to be here, that there's something I need to understand. The construction crews found something else yesterday, buried deep in that hidden room. A metal box, its contents preserved despite the fire. Inside were papers, class photos, attendance records, and a letter, its pages yellow with age. I shouldn't have read it, but I did. It was written by a teacher, dated the day before the fire. She wrote about her concerns, about the sounds she'd been hearing from the basement during school hours. Children crying, she said, when all her students were accounted for in class. She'd reported it to the principal, but he'd dismissed her fears, said she was imagining things. The principal's name was familiar. I'd seen it before, in my research about the town's history. He'd died just last year, in fact, a respected member of the community right up until the end. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. They found something else in that metal box, a ring of keys, heavy and old-fashioned. One of them fits the ancient lock they discovered on that basement room's door. The principal had lived in town all his life. He'd never left, never moved away, even after the fire. For 60 years, he'd walked these streets, attended church, served on the town council, all while carrying the weight of what he'd done. Why did he do it? That's the question that haunts me. What could drive a man to lock children in a basement and set the building ablaze? The answer has to be in the record somewhere, hidden in the town's history like those small, scorched shoes behind the foundation wall. I've started bringing a recorder to work. Sometimes in the quietest hours of the night I can hear voices in the static, children's voices whispering names. Their names, I think. The ones that were never included in the official death toll. The footprints appeared again last night, but they were different. Larger this time, adult-sized, leading from the parking lot to the basement entrance. They looked fresh, but when I checked the cameras, there was nothing there. just empty frames of falling snow. I followed them to the door, and that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mixed in with the snow around the footprints were dark spots, like water droplets. But when I knelt down to look closer, I realized they weren't water. They were ash. The principal was buried last year in Oak Hill Cemetery, just across the street from where the school stands now. The groundskeeper there, an old man who's worked the grounds for decades, told me something interesting yesterday. He said that every morning for the past 60 years, he'd find footprints in the snow around the principal's house, small footprints, like those of children, leading up to his windows, circling his doors, watching, waiting. The old man said that in all those years, the principal never once left his house when it snowed. He'd have his groceries delivered, cancel appointments, anything to avoid stepping out into the white expanse, as if he was afraid of leaving tracks of his own. But now he's dead, and the footprints have returned to the school, to the basement, to that room. I think I understand now why I was drawn to this job, why I couldn't leave even when the dreams started. Someone needs to tell their story. Someone needs to make sure they're not forgotten again. The construction company wants to seal up that room, pour new concrete over the old foundation, and bury the past for good. But I don't think that's what the children want. I think they've been trying to tell us something all these years, leaving their marks in the snow, singing their songs in the dark. They want to be found. They want to be remembered. Last night, I heard the singing again. It was clearer this time. A nursery rhyme about a ring of roses, about ashes and falling down. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the empty halls. I followed it down to the basement, to that room behind the foundation wall. The door was open, though I know it had been locked. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old smoke, and the temperature had dropped so low I could see my breath. On the floor, perfectly preserved in a patch of dust, was a small handprint. As I watched, another appeared beside it, then another, as if invisible children were playing in the dirt. They formed a trail, leading deeper into the darkness. I should have been terrified. I should have run. But something in that moment felt right, as if I'd finally arrived at the place I was meant to be. The singing grew louder, and I recognized more voices joining in, dozens of them, young and sweet and terribly sad. They seemed to be calling to me, inviting me to follow their trail of handprints into the shadows. I took out my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The beam sputtered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. And that's when I felt it, a small, cold hand slipping into mine. I'm writing this now from my car, parked across the street from the school. The sun will rise soon, and with it, the construction crews will return. They'll pour their concrete, lay their foundations, and try to bury the past once again. But I won't let them. Not this time. The children have shown me things in the darkness, memories preserved like insects in amber, moments frozen in time. I've seen what really happened that day in 1964. I've seen why the principal did what he did, what he was trying to hide. It's worse than anyone imagined. The footprints are appearing more frequently now, not just in snow but in mud, in dust, even in the fresh concrete the workers pour. They're getting stronger, more numerous, as if the children know their time is running out. But they're not just victims anymore. I've seen their power growing, felt their anger building like a storm. The principal might have escaped their justice in life, but in death, well, that's why I'm watching his grave tonight. The snow is falling again, thick and silent. Through my windshield, I can see fresh footprints appearing in the cemetery, small tracks in the untouched white. They're heading toward his headstone, dozens of them, converging like streams flowing to the sea. And now, God help me, I can see larger footprints too, adult-sized ones, staggering, stumbling, trying to run. But you can't run from the past forever. You can't hide from what you've done. The children are singing again, that same nursery rhyme, echoing through the night. But there's another sound mixed in now. Screaming. Adults screaming, full of terror and recognition. The principal may have died last year, but I don't think he's going to rest in peace. Not anymore. Not after what he did. The footprints tell the truth, you see. They always have. We just weren't looking closely enough. I know what I have to do now. The children have shown me. There are others who knew, others who helped hide the truth. Their names are written in ash and shadow, preserved in the memories of those who cannot rest. Tomorrow I'll start visiting them. I'll knock on their doors and look into their eyes, and I'll know. The children will show me. They're so good at spotting guilt, at sensing the weight of secrets. But tonight, I watch. Tonight, I bear witness as justice arrives on small, silent feet, carrying 60 years of patience and pain. Listen. Can you hear it? The singing is growing louder. The footprints are appearing faster now, like raindrops hitting water. And there, in the darkness between the graves, I can almost see them. Small shapes moving through the snow, circling, closing in. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies. Ashes, ashes. We all fall down. The screaming has stopped now. The snow falls silently on fresh tracks that lead nowhere, on a disturbed grave that holds more secrets than answers. And tomorrow, when they find what's left, they'll finally have to face the truth. But for now, I sit in my car and watch the footprints appear in the virgin snow, leading away from the cemetery, back toward the school, back to that room behind the wall where it all began. They've invited me to follow, and God help me, I think I will. Because sometimes the only way to right an old wrong is to let the victims guide you through the darkness. Sometimes justice wears small shoes and sings nursery rhymes in the night. And sometimes, just sometimes, the footprints in the snow lead exactly where they're supposed to. Friends, on the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I had gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast. The dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced, because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school, hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom, and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses. But he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards, since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day, so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card. I love you. Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that 2 people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on. Show everyone." I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much, since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often." "I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all that they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was too much for her, and over the next couple weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything that to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, His son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. Down here. Now. Son. Please, God. When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater. And I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with a proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I'm met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell him now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. "I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy—" His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son. "You motherfucker!" He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Josh and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. Oh God, no. No, 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 please God, no. In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. Oh, Josh, he sobbed. My boy, my baby boy, why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story. Not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this." "You can't think like that. There was nothing." He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. but I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand, and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off of my son. He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy. It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. His final resting place won't be here with this monster. As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends. Boxes. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced, and so I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running toward me yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast, and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible, because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture. So as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. This conditioning came in handy later because toward the end of our time in that house, Boxes would get out much more often and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside the hole that Boxes had gone through. Eventually he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound, and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to Boxes. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of the next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing. But my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on, but not used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing, because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we could never go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No. If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board, since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie free when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing, but I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night, because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was. But this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and overall the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey, man. Okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out." "Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it." "Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. "Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. "I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up. And it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked, but when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under here, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. "Josh, are you there?" The This is Macho Man, come back. Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here. What do you mean? It stinks. It smells like something died. Is it boxes? I really hope not. I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. "Jesus Christ!" escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. "What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes?" I reached for the walkie. No, it's not boxes. Well, what the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled. "It's a raccoon." "Well, keep looking. I'm going to go into the house to see if he might have made it in there somehow." "What?" "Number Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and runs out?" "He can't." I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. "Why'd you do that?" "Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you can move it yourself while I look in the house." Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. "Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one, and make sure to bring your walkie." "Roger that, good buddy." I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street lights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. "Josh, is that you?" "Tsk, breaker. This is Macho Man coming back for the big tango foxtrot. The eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine?" "Over." "Asshole." "Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that?" "Over." I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I had the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. "Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here?" "I don't see any." "Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left." I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep, because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that boxes would have come back to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. This was impossible. I had packed all my clothes. Even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left, I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Haha. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Haha. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There are hundreds of them. What did you hire someone to? Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps, heavy, dragging footsteps, and then a loud thud. Oh, God! Josh! He had been found, I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes. And then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor. And, oh God, man. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there, frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals, dozens of them, all of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock, as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. God damn you, Josh, I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to try to defend myself, and the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. "Let's go, man. Now." It was Josh. Thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlight and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it, and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us, I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day, as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes, you weren't the only one to find them. I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here. For you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care, I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have boxes anyway. But that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him, and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, boxes." His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My sister is a genius. When she was about 13, she made this device that honestly still blows my mind. I've spent my entire life studying physics, and I still don't know what she did, or how, which is probably for the best considering how this all played out. I don't know how she did it, but what I do know is, in the summer of 2003, the laws governing matter and atomic mass didn't seem to affect her anymore. She was invisible to the human eye, and she was speaking a universal language we've never been able to identify or reproduce. Before I get into this, though, have you ever seen Firefly? Allow me to quote, "I am very smart. I went to the best medikid in Osiris, top 3% of my class. Finished my internship in 8 months. Gifted is the term. So when I tell you that my little sister makes me look like an idiot child, I want you to understand my full meaning. This could have been written about me and my sisters. We come from a long line of gifted people. My father is a neurologist, my mother works for SpaceX, and my eldest sister is an artist whose work has been featured in galleries since she was 12. I'm a full-time research associate of high-energy density physics at a university I can't name without risking my career. And like Simon Tam from Firefly before me, I don't tell you all of this to flaunt our intelligence or to make us look special. I tell you this so you can fully understand what I mean when I say Neurali made us all look like idiot children. In 2003, I was about to turn 17. My interests weren't like most teen girls, so I won't bore you with the details of what I found more entertaining than TV, books, or the mall, but more often than not, I was occupied with personal research projects. The first time Neurali made herself invisible, I was in the middle of a research rabbit hole. I was deep into some really heady academic articles when I heard Neurali pipe up behind me. "They're wrong, you know." I groaned inwardly. We'd had the knocking talk, but she was still so bad at respecting boundaries. "Neurali, what did we say about knocking?" "Oh," she said, and sounded genuinely surprised. "I didn't think about the door." "What?" I frowned and spun my chair around to look at her. My room was empty. "Wait, empty?" I looked around briefly before rubbing my eyes, wondering when I'd slept last and already writing the conversation off as an auditory hallucination. Shaking my head, I started to turn back to my computer when I heard her giggle. "All right, jerkhole, where are you?" "Right here," she giggled, her voice coming from directly in front of me. "What the... how? Did you hide the speakers again?" I stood up, taking a moment to really look around the room. She'd pulled a prank like this before, hiding a complex set of speakers she'd modified to create a confluence of sound she could manipulate. It would sound like someone was anywhere in the room, she specified. She'd even made it sound like she was moving around. It was really impressive, especially since she'd only been 10 at the time. This time, though, she'd either gotten much better at hiding the speakers or something else was going on. She giggled again. "No speakers, just me." "Okay, just me, but how?" I folded my arms, looking in the direction of her disembodied voice. "That's going to be hard to explain." That was Neurali for "you won't get it." "Try me," I said, "because I'm stubborn." She did, though, and I didn't. I had the beginnings of a migraine chewing on my right eye by the time she was done. Almost none of it made sense. There was something about atomic frequencies and post-dimensional drift, superliminal desynchronization, and something she dubbed the Planck supertemporal parallel. It was all way over my head. "Okay," I said, rubbing my temple as I tried to digest it all. "But how did you get here?" I walked. Infuriating. "I mean, how did you get in here?" I gestured widely to the door, which was closed, and the walls around us. "Oh." I could hear the shrug in her voice. "I just walked where the walls weren't." I squinted at the spot I thought she was standing. "You... what?" She sighed. It was a special sigh. It was the kind of sigh that told you someone much smarter than you was put out at having to dumb something down enough for you to understand. An embarrassed heat flooded my cheeks. I knew she was smarter than me, smarter than all of us, but it still made me feel like I'd failed simple math in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a puppy, and they were both disappointed. "I walked where the walls weren't. The walls aren't everywhere, Divya. In fact, in most places, like realities, the walls aren't there at all. so I just walked in those places. I wanted to see the proofs of this statement, though I knew she wouldn't have bothered writing them down, except in scraps and incomplete snippets that only made sense to her. I also knew the proofs wouldn't make any more sense than her original explanation. Even so, it bothered me that I only understood what she meant in the vaguest, most conceptual way. It wasn't natural for me. That abstractness of thought warred with the linear way of my brain, making actual understanding impossible, and I hated it. Sana would have understood. Her brain worked that way, but not mine. I must have looked like I was struggling with it, and I was, because she continued on. Where I am, or technically when and how, everything is a Schrodinger's puzzle of is and isn't. All I have to do is observe the places where the state of something isn't, and go there. This wasn't helping. It was. I got the basic concept of what she was saying, but in terms of the practical application of physics, it was a mess of meaningless science-y buzzwords. Nothing she said had any foundation in known science. She could have told me, I ate ice cream upside down and chanted purple backwards 30 times and the wall turned to jello, but only as long as I looked at it from a 45-degree angle. And it would have been exactly as scientifically sound as what she'd actually said. Yet she was the one who was invisible, so the limits of my understanding and science itself had no bearing on her corporeal existence. Do you still have a body? Can you see you? Oh yeah, she said, her voice pitched higher in excitement. I look like 100 versions of me laid on top of each other. Looking at my hands and stuff is kinda trippy, but I'm here. Cool. I had no idea what to do with this information. She started giggling again. What now? I can't believe you haven't noticed yet. Noticed what? I couldn't keep the flash of irritation out of my voice. It wasn't easy to accept the premise that she'd managed to trick physics into letting her pass through matter while being imperceptible to the human eye. But I'd had just about all the how much dumber than Nirali are you I could take for one day. What language am I speaking? I had to blink at that and think a moment. It's English, isn't it? She giggled again. Say something, I ordered in my most authoritative big sister voice. Nor again is there anyone who loves or pursues or desires to obtain pain of itself, because it is pain, but because occasionally circumstances occur in which toil and pain can procure him some great pleasure. If I concentrated, I could tell the words she was saying didn't quite match what I was apparently translating in my head, but I couldn't hear them for what they were. Except, wait, is that the lorem ipsum translation from de finibus bonorum et malorum? She giggled again. Yep. Want me to try something in Hindi? Yeah, I said, a little stunned and more than a little curious. Go for it. May he in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the Mountain King, who carries the celestial stream on his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds poison, and whose breast is support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body, may that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shiva, the moon-like Shankara, ever protect me. I frowned, torn between focusing on the words and trying to identify what she was quoting. I started mouthing some of the words as my mind ran back over them, and gawped a little as recognition settled in. Did you just quote the Ramcharitmanas Ayodhya Kand invocation? Another giggle. But how? That didn't sound like Hindi at all. Fascinating, she said. It didn't feel like Hindi when I said it, but I was thinking the Hindi words. What did it sound like to you? English, I guess. It didn't sound like anything, but I understood you in English. That's so cool. Can you actually hear something other than English? Kinda. I mean, almost. If I try, I can tell the sounds you're making don't match the meaning of the words I'm not hearing, but understanding. But the meaning overrides everything else, so I can't actually identify individual sounds or phrases. Do you think you could identify the physical linguistics if we went word by word? It may be the processing of complete phrases prevents the identification of individual phonemes. Maybe, I said, shrugging, still trapped in awe of this aspect of her discovery. We could try it. She had me run her through some general object identification to give me a chance to listen for the sounds she was making and how they differed from the words I knew, the words I was hearing. But I only ever caught the ghosts of divergent beginnings and ends. She thought this was hilarious. I thought it was magical. She started making regular trips to my room in this state, usually after lights out or when our parents were at work. I didn't blame her for sneaking. Sana wasn't into the science stuff, and if our parents knew what we'd been up to, we'd have been grounded for life, especially since Nirali had already been banned from experimental projects at home. The last one had required a lot of external help and several $1,000s to clean up. But someone had to try and catalog this universal lexicon, and this was the only way we had access to it. One night, as we lay awake on the floor naming objects, we'd tried making individual sounds before, but without the intent of meaning behind them, there was no divergence. Nirali froze. I couldn't see her, of course, but something changed. She stilled to the point I worried she'd maybe phased through the floor or something and left me alone. But somehow I still felt her presence along with something sharp and alien I couldn't identify. "Nirali?" I whispered, cold unease settling on me like snow. "Shh." It was her, but so quiet I almost missed it. I felt the urgency behind it, though, and hushed to wait in the silence with her. As the seconds ticked by, a prickling dread crawled across the room. It started at the edges where the shadows were thickest and spread outward, tainting everything it touched, including me. My pulse quickened as a primal paranoia sank in. I knew it was just Nirali and me, but it felt like a predator was stalking the shadows, searching for us, and it was only our silence that kept it from pouncing. To keep the paranoia at bay, I focused on the warm red readout of the clock above my desk. The slowly changing numbers were soothing and hypnotic. They dulled the edges of my fear until, at some point between midnight and 2 a.m., I fell asleep. I only realized this when Nirali finally whispered my name, pulling me back to reality. "Divya, wake up." I swam back to consciousness slowly, shaking off the half-formed discomfort of a dream I couldn't remember. It's gone now. What's gone? I rubbed the sleep still clogging my vision and blinked at the clock above my desk. So late. Had we really been laying on the floor for 2 hours? Nirali didn't answer. Not for a long time. Long enough that I thought maybe I'd dreamed her waking me up entirely. "The shadow behind the walls," she whispered, cutting the silence away like cobwebs. There was a weight to her words I couldn't describe that tickled the primal centers of my brain again, an ancient urge calling to me, telling me to hide. "The... what?" I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows. But Nirali was gone, not just quiet. There was a difference in the room when she left, and I could always sense it, even if she didn't say she was going. A few minutes later, she was at my bedroom door, actually knocking. The sound startled me, giving my heart a sudden workout with a spike of adrenaline. I snuck over to the door to let her in, too keenly aware of the night around me and jumping at shadows I suddenly worried couldn't be trusted. Without a word, she slipped past me and crawled into bed, hiding beneath the covers with her knees against the wall and her back to me. I took my cue as it was offered and crawled in behind her, offering myself as protection against the night. Sleep was slow in coming as my body flushed the survival instinct from its veins, but eventually it must have come as the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking through the windows and Nirali was watching me sleep. "Divya," Nirali said my name like she was testing it, as if she didn't expect to hear it again. "Yeah?" "Nothing," she said, curling back under the covers before adding, "Thanks." It was a week before she came to me through the walls again. "I think it's drawn to the language," she said, pulling me out of a dream about superfluid. "What is?" I yawned, oddly comfortable with the resumption of our nightly conversations. "The shadow behind the walls." "What is that?" "I don't know. Something big. Something old. Older than time, maybe." "What's with the sauna talk? Older than time?" "I don't know, Divya. That's just what it feels like." She was always like this, caught somewhere between science and emotion, like the perfect cross between me and sauna. I think it allowed her to think abstractly enough to escape the box of the known to innovate, while remaining linear enough to build a new box to house her innovations. But sometimes it meant she didn't have the math to back it up. Sometimes it was just a feeling or the hint of a notion. But even then, Nirali's feelings were always spot on, even if it took science a few decades to prove it. "All right," I said, accepting that answer. It was odd, I realized then, how a few weeks of exposure to what my mind told me was factually impossible opened me to the flexibility of the possible. I was surprised, too, when I noticed my first instinct wasn't to challenge her or demand proof, just because what she said was beyond my experience or immediate comprehension. Instead, I would nod and accept that what she said, what she experienced, was simply truth, and the limitations of my understanding couldn't change that. "What does it want?" "I don't know. I don't think it talks, but I think it listens and understands." "That's unsettling," I said, shifting under the covers. The superstitious child in me made sure my feet were hidden in the center of the bed because the shadows still couldn't be trusted. She hummed her agreement. "It's not the only thing here, though." A chill surged through me, prompting my heart into a panicked gallop. "What do you mean?" "I mean there are other things, big things, old things. Most of them can't see me, I think. I'm not really where they are, same as I'm not really where you are, but they can hear me, same as you." "Are you safe?" Nirali was silent. My stomach churned because I knew it meant something big and old and dangerous was near enough to pose a threat. After several minutes passed, she answered, "Sometimes. Only sometimes." I sat up, staring at the spot on the floor where she would have been seated. "Only sometimes." "Then why are we still doing this, Nirali? I wouldn't have agreed if I knew you were in danger." "I know," she said quietly, "but there's so much here. If I focus on a color, I can experience everything that color has ever been and ever will be. If I think about a time, I'm sitting in what used to be here, or sometimes what will be here, watching a blur of activity that won't happen for another 1,000 years. I've seen cities you can't even begin to imagine, made of glittering bone and glass, monolithic wonders to shame the gods. Last night I was standing in the center of a black hole, not a hologram or a simulation, but an actual black hole. Captured, contained, reproduced, harnessed, I don't know what, but it was here, and so was I. And through the black hole I saw so many other universes, all laid out like mirrors into infinity. Nirali, I whispered, both awed and terrified. Had she been experiencing these things every night? All the hours we talked about nothing and nonsense? But there are also bigger things, she said, her voice dipping into darkness. Things that hide in the glint of starlight on glass. Things that follow me back from the future and wait for me in the past. They skip like stones on water, only touching the surface for a minute and never with their whole selves. But even that much is too much. It hurts to look at them. There are too many shapes at once, and all of them are hungry in ways I don't understand. Tears welled in my eyes as I listened to her. It hurt to accept these things as truth. I couldn't understand them or touch them or even experience them myself. But I had to accept they were real, because my sister was invisible. She could pass through matter at will and spoke a universal language to me every night. But accepting all that also meant accepting that my sister spent every night compelled by her own curiosity to go back to this dangerous state again and again, only to be terrified by what waited in between. I'm glad they can't see me, but I don't think that will be true much longer. What? Why? The shadow behind the walls has been in my room all week. I can feel it following me around. It's listening now, but I don't think it will come in your room again. Nene, you have to stop this. I can't, she said, her voice thick with imminent tears. Of course you can. Just come back and we'll destroy whatever you've been using to shift. We can fix this. No, she said, the word wet and bent beneath an anguish no 13-year-old should have known. You don't understand. What could possibly be worth the risk? My heart broke in the silence that stretched between us. An eternity of pain and longing swirled between us, and one final fragile breath spoke of the tears she held back when she found her voice again. I can't speak English anymore. I didn't understand. Like the first time she described the math to me, this statement defied understanding. What do you mean you can't speak English anymore? I mean I can't speak anything but this stupid between language, Divya. I tried and tried all week, but all that comes out now is this ugly mess of gurgles and scrapes and noises I don't recognize, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared, because they can still hear me when I'm out there with you, and out there I'm not invisible. And you, and Sana, and Mom and Dad aren't invisible, and none of us are safe when I'm out there, and the only time I can talk right is when I'm in here, she sobbed. When I'm here with you. My heart turned somersaults in my stomach. I let this happen. I should have stopped her the day she showed me her stupid, science-shattering trick. Nene, I whispered, and all I wanted to do was hold her until everything was right. You have to come back. I don't know what we'll do to fix this, but you can't stay there. I know, she said through a heavy veil of tears. I just didn't want to lose you, to lose us. You still have me, but I won't out there, not like this. I didn't have a good answer for her. We'll find a way to fix it, was all I could say, and we both knew it wasn't enough. We also knew that it had to be, because we didn't have a choice. I felt her presence fade, and a few minutes later there was a quiet knock at my door. Nirali stood on the other side, shaking as silent sobs racked her narrow frame. I gathered her up, shutting the door behind her, and together we curled around each other on the floor and cried. We cried until we passed out from exhaustion and woke up long after the sun had risen. I woke to Nirali watching me again and blinked away the haze of tear-stained sleep. Nirali? She nodded, mute, a sadness hanging over her shoulders. Can you? She shook her head. Nothing? She glanced up, looking over me and toward the hall as someone passed by. I could tell a million thoughts were flitting through her head in that moment, most of them conflicting, but after a minute or so, a stony resolution had settled in her eyes, and she scooted closer, waving for me to do the same. Her mouth was almost against my ear when something unimaginably foul rattled from her lips. A shudder of revulsion rocked through me at the sound of each mangled phoneme. I've never been so disgusted and terrified in my life. I could hear her voice, but it was dripping with caustic venom, dragging over hot coals, buried in the deepest ocean and clawing at the edges of sanity with angry talons. It was wrong. And to this day, it was the most vile, viscerally upsetting experience of my life. The words, this language, was never meant to be spoken by man. Science won't support me, but I know in my bones these words have power man wasn't meant to use. And yet, despite my mind rebelling from the mere sound of her voice warped around these hideous words, I still knew what she'd meant, as if she'd said it in English. Don't tell Mom and Dad. Death has come. My dad was a strong man, the kind who could weather any storm, but cancer, stage 4 esophageal cancer, was the storm he couldn't beat. Watching him wither away, confined to his bed, was like witnessing a mountain crumble, one stone at a time. It was during those last few weeks, as my family and I cared for him in his bedroom, that things started happening. Things that I still struggle to make sense of. It began with a feeling, a subtle creeping unease that seemed to hang in the air. My mom felt it first. She'd tell me she couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, even when she was alone. I brushed it off, chalking it up to stress and exhaustion. We were all running on fumes after all. But then I felt it too. One evening, as I stood in my parents' room, talking to Dad, I got the unmistakable sense that something was behind me. You know that prickling awareness at the nape of your neck, like someone is just out of sight? That's what it felt like. I froze mid-sentence, my words trailing off as a shiver rippled down my spine. "Are you okay?" my dad asked, his voice rasping and weak. I didn't answer right away. My eyes darted to the doorway that led to the living room. That's when I saw it. A figure, about 4'6", jet black from head to toe, was peeking around the corner. Its head tilted slightly, almost curious. Long, slender fingers gripped the edge of the door frame, its knuckles unnaturally bony and gnarled. It wasn't solid, but not exactly transparent either. It was as if the shadows themselves had taken form, dense and impenetrable. My heart slammed against my ribs. Without thinking, I bolted toward it. The figure slipped back around the corner, its movement impossibly fluid, like smoke dissipating in the wind. By the time I reached the doorway, it was gone. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at the empty living room. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the ticking of the wall clock. I stepped out, searching every corner, but it was like the thing had evaporated. When I returned to my dad's room, he was watching me with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" he asked. I hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Finally, I blurted it out. I saw something. I don't know what it was, but it was standing in the doorway. His brows furrowed, and for a moment, I thought he'd tell me I was imagining things. Instead, He gave me a look that I'll never forget, a mix of fear and resignation. Over the next few days, others began seeing it too. My mom was the first. She was sitting in the living room late at night, reading, when she saw the same black figure standing at the edge of the hallway. It didn't move, didn't retreat. It just stood there, watching her. She said she felt paralyzed, unable to look away until it finally faded into the darkness. My cousin, who stayed over to help with Dad's care, swore she saw it peering into the kitchen one morning as she made coffee. It always seemed to appear in the periphery, never in full view, as though it thrived in the edges of our awareness. By this point, we were all on edge. Sleep came sparingly, and every creak of the house set our nerves alight. My dad, strangely enough, never saw it. He would listen quietly as we recounted our experiences, but he never seemed surprised. One night I pressed him about it. "Do you think it's real?" I asked. "This thing?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "I don't know what it is, but I think it's here for me." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. The final days were the worst. The figure appeared more frequently, as though it was circling closer, its presence heavier and more oppressive. My mom started hearing whispers at night, faint and unintelligible, like a conversation just out of earshot. Once, she woke to find the figure standing at the foot of her bed, its featureless head tilted as if studying her. She screamed, and it vanished. The night my dad passed, the house was eerily silent. I was sitting by his bed, holding his frail hand, when the room grew cold, unnaturally cold, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones. I glanced at the doorway, and there it was again. This time, it didn't retreat. The figure stood motionless, its form darker than the shadows around it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt as though the air had been sucked from the room. Then, slowly, it lifted a hand and pointed at my dad. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered, "Leave him alone." The figure didn't respond. It simply lowered its hand and stepped back, disappearing into the hallway. Moments later, my dad took his final breath. After he passed, the figure vanished. None of us saw it again, and the house felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted. My mom moved out a few months later, unable to bear the memories that lingered in every corner. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Was it a manifestation of death, come to collect my father? A hallucination born of grief and exhaustion? Or something else entirely? Something darker and more inexplicable? All I know is that it was real, too real to ignore or dismiss. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced I feel that same cold chill. And every time I can't help but glance at the doorway, half expecting to see it standing there, watching, waiting. Because deep down, I know it wasn't just here for him. One day it'll come for me too, the phone call. There's an old saying that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. I used to dismiss it as something parents tell their teenagers to keep them from staying out late. Now I know better. Now I know that the real horror begins at exactly 3:33 a.m. It started 3 weeks ago. I was jolted awake by my phone's ringtone, that default iPhone marimba that suddenly seemed sinister in the dead of night. The screen's harsh blue light illuminated my bedroom as I fumbled to silence it. Through bleary eyes, I saw my own phone number displayed as the caller ID. I almost declined the call. Looking back, I wish I had. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, How could I be calling myself? Hello? My voice was thick with sleep. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed somehow familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why. They were mine. I would recognize the slight whistle on the exhale anywhere, caused by a deviated septum I'd had since breaking my nose in high school. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up until dawn, telling myself it was just a glitch, a crossed line, or maybe even a dream. But deep down, I knew better. The next night I was wide awake at 3:33 a.m. staring at my phone. Right on schedule, it rang, my number again. This time when I answered, I heard myself breathing, and then something else, quiet sobbing. My own voice, crying in a way I hadn't since my mother's funeral 5 years ago. It went on like this, night after night, always at 3:33 a.m., always my number, always my voice, doing something different. Sometimes whimpering, sometimes humming that lullaby my mother used to sing, sometimes reciting fragments of poems I'd written and never shown anyone, things only I could know. I tried everything to make it stop. I changed my number twice. I bought a new phone. I even tried staying at hotels, but the calls followed me. I stopped sleeping, surviving on coffee and fear. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was okay. I wasn't. Last night was different. When I answered, I heard myself whisper, "Tomorrow night, I'll finally show you why." The voice was mine, but wrong somehow, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well or a grave. So here I sit in my locked bedroom watching the minutes tick by. It's 3:28 a.m. now. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. My hands are trembling as I write this, trying to document whatever happens next, because I know something is going to happen. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. 3:29 a.m. I'm thinking about all the times I've heard my own voice on the other end of the line. Was it really mine? Or something else? Something that's learned to mimic me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. 3:30 a.m. 3 minutes left. My throat is dry. The silence in the room feels heavy, pregnant with possibility. I've triple-checked the locks on my doors and windows. Not that it matters. Whatever's been calling me, I don't think locks will stop it. 3:31 a.m., 2 minutes. I'm remembering something my mother told me when I was small, about how the veil between worlds is thinnest in the hours before dawn. She was always superstitious, my mother. I used to think she was silly. Now I'm not so sure. 3:32 a.m., 1 minute. My phone screen just lit up on its own. No notification, no reason. Just glowing softly in the dark, like a beacon or a warning. 3:33 a.m. It's ringing. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hit the answer button. But I do. Hello? My voice cracks. Hello, Sarah. My voice answers back. But this time it's not coming from the phone. It's coming from behind me. I spin around and there I am, standing in the corner of my bedroom. But wrong, so wrong. My skin is gray and waterlogged, my hair hanging in wet ropes around my face. Water drips steadily onto the carpet, forming a dark pool at my feet. My other self's eyes are milky white, but somehow I know they can see me. "What are you?" I whisper. My doppelganger smiles, revealing teeth that have gone black with rot. "I'm you," it says in my voice. "From the lake. Don't you remember the lake, Sarah?" And suddenly I do. 5 years ago, right after my mother's funeral, I was drunk, devastated, driving too fast on the winding road that borders Lake Marshall. The guardrail gave way like it was made of paper. The water was black and cold. I remember the car filling up, remember thinking that maybe this was okay. Maybe I'd see my mother again. But then I changed my mind. I fought my way out of the sinking car, swam to the surface, survived. Or at least, that's what I thought happened. You never made it out, my other self says, taking a step closer. Water squishes in its shoes. Your body is still down there, Sarah. Still strapped into that car at the bottom of Lake Marshall. What's left of it, anyway? No, I shake my head. No, that's not possible. I'm here. I'm alive. I've been alive for 5 years. Have you? It asks. Think hard, Sarah. When was the last time you felt hungry or thirsty? When was the last time you actually slept instead of just lying in the dark waiting for my call? When was the last time anyone other than your coworkers spoke to you? I open my mouth to argue, but the words die in my throat. Because I can't remember. I can't remember any of those things. 5 years, my other self says softly. 5 years I've been down there in the dark, while you've been up here pretending to be alive. But it's time to stop pretending now, Sarah. Time to come home. It reaches for me with gray, bloated fingers. Its touch is cold and wet against my cheek. And suddenly I can feel the water filling my lungs again, can feel the pressure of the lake crushing down on me, can feel the slow decay of 5 years beneath the black water. The next morning, Sarah Chen doesn't show up for work. Her co-workers notice her absence, of course, but none of them seem particularly concerned. In fact, when asked about her later, they have trouble remembering exactly when they last saw her. Some say it was yesterday, others swear it was last week, and a few insist they haven't seen her in years, not since that tragic accident at Lake Marshall. The police eventually break down her door and find her apartment empty. The only unusual thing they notice is a large wet spot on her bedroom carpet, roughly the size and shape of a person lying down. But by the time they think to take samples, the spot has dried, leaving no trace behind. At the bottom of Lake Marshall, in the rusted remains of a 5-year-old car, 2 bodies sit side by side in the driver's seat, identical down to the last detail, slowly becoming one again in the endless dark. And somewhere, a phone rings at 3:33 a.m., waiting for someone to answer. The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments. Usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together, we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you Death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone. I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. Will I die? In a manner of speaking, the person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful. As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves." The mirror call. There are things in this world that defy explanation. As a sheriff's deputy in rural Montana, I've seen my fair share of strange occurrences: unexplained lights in the mountains, livestock mutilations that made even veteran ranchers queasy, and the occasional missing person case that just didn't add up. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened during my graveyard shift last October. It was just past 2 a.m. when the call came in. The night was unusually still, with a heavy blanket of fog hugging the ground and temperatures hovering just above freezing. I'd been parked on the side of Old Mill Road, catching up on paperwork and drinking coffee that had long since gone cold, when dispatch crackled to life. "Unit 47, we've got a 1091V at 1879 Stillwater Lane. Elderly female resident reporting a possible intruder." I keyed my radio. "Copy that. En route." A 1091V meant a suspicious person or vehicle, but something in dispatch's tone made me uneasy. Susan, our night dispatcher for the past 15 years, usually maintained a matter-of-fact demeanor. Tonight, there was an edge to her voice I'd never heard before. "Be advised, she added after a pause. Caller is unusually distressed. Claims someone is in her mirror. I frowned. Come again? Caller states there's someone in her bedroom mirror mimicking her movements, but with a delay. She's requesting immediate assistance. I threw the cruiser into drive, flipping on my lights, but leaving the siren off. Stillwater Lane was out in the sticks, a good 20 minutes from my location. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove, swallowing my headlights and creating the unsettling illusion that the road itself was disappearing beneath my tires. Can you give me any additional details? I asked, trying to piece together what I might be walking into. Elderly resident, possible confusion or dementia, maybe prescription medications. Caller identified herself as Margaret Aldrich, age 76. Lives alone since her husband passed last spring. No prior calls to this address, no history of mental health issues or substance abuse. She's remarkably lucid, Deputy. Says she first noticed something was off about 3 hours ago when she got up to use the bathroom. Claims her reflections movements were delayed by maybe half a second. Says it's gotten progressively worse. I accelerated slightly, the cruiser's engine growling as we climbed into the foothills. Is she secure? Affirmative. She's locked herself in the bedroom. Says she's sitting completely still in front of her vanity mirror. Susan hesitated again. She says she's afraid to move because her reflection isn't stopping when she does anymore. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air crept down my spine. I dealt with plenty of mental health calls over the years, but something about this one felt different. The specificity of the complaint, the caller's reported lucidity, Susan's obvious unease, it all added up to something that didn't quite fit the usual patterns. The fog parted briefly as I turned onto Stillwater Lane, revealing a nearly full moon hanging low and bloated in the sky. The street was a long dirt road, lined with ancient cottonwoods, their bare branches reaching toward each other like skeletal fingers. 1879 turned out to be the last house on the left, a well-maintained Victorian sitting alone on a small hill. A single light burned in an upstairs window. I radioed my arrival to dispatch and approached the front door, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. A security camera mounted above the entrance tracked my movement, its red LED blinking steadily. The porch light clicked on automatically as I climbed the steps. The door was locked, but Margaret had told dispatch where to find the spare key, under a fake rock next to the hydrangea bushes. Inside, the house was silent except for the soft tick of an antique grandfather clock in the foyer. The air smelled of lavender and furniture polish, with an underlying mustiness common to older homes. "Mrs. Aldrich?" I called out, one hand resting on my holstered weapon. "This is Deputy Hayes with the Sheriff's Department. I'm coming upstairs." No response. The staircase creaked under my weight, despite my attempts to move quietly. Family photos lined the wall. Margaret and who I assumed was her late husband in younger days, children, grandchildren, all smiling out from behind dusty glass. At the top of the stairs, only one door was closed. Warm light spilled out from underneath. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Aldrich? Are you all right?" "Please come in, Deputy." The voice was thin, but steady. I'm afraid to take my eyes off it. I turned the handle slowly, announcing my movements. "I'm opening the door now, ma'am." The bedroom was large but cluttered, dominated by a massive four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Margaret Aldrich sat ramrod straight on a small stool in front of an ornate vanity mirror, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a pale blue nightgown. She didn't turn to look at me. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Watch carefully. Don't make any sudden movements." I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any signs of an intruder. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. As I drew closer to Margaret, I could see her reflection in the mirror, an exact duplicate, down to the slight tremor in her clasped hands. "Ma'am, can you tell me what's been happening?" "It started small," she said, her eyes never leaving the mirror. So small I thought I was imagining it. Just the tiniest lag when I would move, like watching a video feed with poor reception. But it got worse. The delay kept growing. And now, she swallowed hard. Now it's not stopping when I do. I studied the mirror carefully. It looked antique, with an elaborate silver frame covered in twisting vines and what appeared to be faces worked into the metalwork. Margaret's reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking her position. "I don't see any," I started to say, but Margaret cut me off. "Wait, watch. I'm going to raise my right hand very slowly. Keep your eyes on the mirror." She lifted her hand with agonizing slowness. Her reflection did the same. Then Margaret stopped. Her reflection didn't. The hand in the mirror continued rising for exactly 3 seconds after Margaret had gone still. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the reality was even worse. Margaret's reflection was smiling. She wasn't. "Jesus Christ," I breathed, instinctively reaching for my weapon. "Don't!" Margaret's voice was sharp with fear. "Any sudden movements make it worse. The more agitated you become, the more it deviates." I forced myself to remain calm, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "How long has it been acting independently?" "About an hour. At first it was just the delay. Then it started making tiny changes. A finger twitch here, a slight head tilt there. Things I couldn't be completely sure about. But now," she drew in a shaky breath, "now it's definitely doing things I'm not. And its face is wrong." I could see what she meant. While Margaret's expression was one of barely contained terror, her reflection's smile had grown wider, too wide. The eyes in the mirror had a gleam that didn't match the flat overhead lighting of the bedroom. "Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going to call for backup, and then we're going to get you out of here." I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection's head tilted slightly, though Margaret hadn't moved a muscle. Its smile widened further, revealing too many teeth. "Dispatch, this is Unit 47. I'm going to need additional units at 1879 Stillwater Lane, and maybe contact Father Morrison at St. Augustine's." "Copy that," Susan replied. "What exactly are we dealing with, Deputy?" I watched in horror as the reflection's eyes began to bleed, dark liquid welling up and spilling down its cheeks, while it maintained that impossible grin. I'm not entirely sure. Just tell them to hurry." "They're saying something," Margaret whispered. "Can you hear it?" I strained my ears. At first there was nothing but the eternal ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then I heard it. A sound like radio static, but forming patterns. Words, almost, but in no language I recognized. The reflection's mouth was moving now, completely independent of Margaret. Its teeth looked sharper than they had a moment ago. The bleeding eyes never blinked. "Mrs. Aldrich, we need to leave. Now. Whatever this is, we can deal with it better if you're safe." She shook her head slightly. "I tried that earlier. It didn't like that. What happened? I made it to the doorway, but when I looked back, it was climbing out of the frame. My blood ran cold. What do you mean, climbing out? Just what I said. It pulled itself up to the edge of the mirror, like there was water behind the glass, and started pushing through. That's when I sat back down, and it settled. The static voice was getting louder. The reflection's movements were becoming more pronounced, its head rotating at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. The blood from its eyes had reached its chin, dripping onto the nightgown that was now a deep crimson in the mirror, though Margaret's real nightgown remained pale blue. Unit 47, backup is en route. ETA 15 minutes. Father Morrison has been contacted. 15 minutes. We had to last 15 minutes with this thing. I tried to think rationally, to fall back on my training, but nothing in the academy had covered anything like this. The reflection was fully animated now, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. "The mirror," I said suddenly. "Where did it come from?" Margaret's voice quavered. "It was Herbert's, my husband's. Been in his family for generations. They brought it over from the old country sometime in the 1800s. He always said it was special, that it had properties. I thought he was just being superstitious." "Did he ever mention anything specific? Any rules about using it or times when it acted strangely?" He said never to look into it too long after midnight, and never to let it see you cry. I didn't understand what he meant. How can a mirror see anything? But now, the static suddenly resolved into words, horrible, guttural sounds that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The reflection's face was barely human now, the skin rippling and bubbling like hot wax. Its hands were pressed against the glass from the other side, the fingers elongated and jointed in impossible ways. "Margaret," it said, in a voice like grinding glass. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She began to tremble. It's never said my name before. The hands were pushing harder now, and I swear I could see the glass beginning to bulge outward. The frame was vibrating, the silver tarnishing before our eyes, those decorative faces in the metalwork beginning to contort in agony. "Backup's still 10 minutes out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Aldrich, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I give the word, I want you to close your eyes and run for the door. Don't look back no matter what you hear. I'll be right behind you." "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's not just in this mirror anymore. Look." I followed her gaze to the windows. In the darkness beyond the glass, I could see our reflections. Both of them were standing, though we remained seated. Both of them were smiling that terrible smile. "Every reflective surface," Margaret continued. "It's spreading, like an infection." She was right. I could see distorted versions of us in the brass doorknob, the silver picture frames on the wall, even the face of my wristwatch. None of the reflections matched our positions anymore. All of them were moving, twitching, reaching. The static voice was coming from everywhere now, a deafening chorus of inhuman sounds. The temperature in the room had dropped so low I could see our breath, but the air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. "Margaret," the thing in the vanity mirror said again, its voice clearer now. "We've missed you. Herbert sends his regards." At the mention of her late husband's name, Margaret let out a small sob. Immediately, every reflection snapped its head toward her, their smiles growing impossibly wider. "You're crying," they said in unison. He told you never to let us see you cry. The glass of the vanity mirror began to crack, spiderweb patterns spreading from where the thing's hands pressed against it. Dark liquid began to seep through the fissures, but it wasn't reflecting anything in the room. It was coming from whatever was on the other side. Unit 47, update your status, Susan's voice crackled from my radio. Before I could respond, every reflection spoke at once. Unit 47, update your status. The sound was like a physical blow. Margaret screamed, breaking her paralysis at last. She lurched to her feet, and all hell broke loose. The vanity mirror shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying across the room. But instead of falling, the pieces hung suspended in the air, each one containing a different version of the thing's face, all of them laughing. Dark liquid poured from the empty frame like a waterfall, but it flowed upward, defying gravity, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Margaret's arm and yanking her toward the door. Every reflective surface we passed erupted with movement, hands reaching out, faces pressing against the glass, that horrible laughter echoing from everywhere at once. We made it to the hallway, but the photos on the wall had changed. Every smiling family portrait now showed the same twisted figure, multiplied dozens of times, all of them tracking our movement. The glass of each frame began to crack. Margaret stumbled on the stairs, and I barely caught her before she fell. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by the wet slapping of something moving across the floor. I didn't look back. We hit the ground floor running. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight, though my watch showed 3:27 a.m. With each chime, another mirror or window would shatter, adding more fragments to the swirling vortex of glass and darkness that was pursuing us. The thing's laughter had become deafening, drowning out everything except the sound of our own panicked breathing. We burst out the front door just as red and blue lights appeared at the end of the driveway. Backup had arrived, but as I looked at the cruiser's windshield, I could see the thing's reflection waiting inside, waving at us with those long, wrong fingers. "Stay in the vehicles," I shouted into my radio. "Don't look at any reflective surfaces." The cavalry had arrived in the form of 3 deputies and Father Morrison, the latter still wearing his pajamas under his coat. They took in our terrified expressions, then looked past us to the house. Every window was now illuminated from within by an otherworldly light that seemed to absorb darkness rather than dispel it. Father Morrison stepped forward, clutching his Bible and rosary. "How long has it been manifesting?" "About 4 hours," Margaret managed to gasp out. "It started in Herbert's mirror, but now it's everywhere. It wants something." "Yes," the priest said grimly. "It always does." He explained quickly that he'd encountered something similar before, though never this powerful. The mirror, it seemed, was a gateway of sorts, not just a reflection of our world, but a window into something else, something that had been watching us through every mirror, every pane of glass, every still pool of water, since the beginning of time. Usually the boundary between our world and theirs was solid, impassable, but certain objects like Herbert's mirror could wear thin spots in that barrier. And if you looked too long into such places, especially during the hours when the boundary was naturally weaker, like midnight, they started looking back. And if they saw you cry, it meant you were vulnerable. A crack in your armor that matched the crack in reality, giving them purchase, a way to begin pushing through. What followed was the longest night of my life. Father Morrison performed an exorcism that shook the foundations of reality itself. Standing on Margaret's front lawn, he began reciting prayers in Latin, his voice growing stronger with each word, despite the otherworldly screams that erupted from every reflective surface around us. The thing didn't go quietly. The windows of our patrol cars shattered simultaneously, raining glass that hung suspended in the air like deadly wind chimes. Each shard contained a different fragment of that terrible face, all of them screaming, laughing, crying blood that flowed upward against gravity. The very air felt wrong, like we were breathing syrup, and colors began to blur and shift in ways that made my head hurt. Margaret collapsed to her knees, covering her ears against the cacophony of voices, some calling her name, some speaking in tongues, others making sounds that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. One voice, deeper than the others, sounded disturbingly like her late husband Herbert. "Don't listen," I shouted, though my voice seemed to be swallowed by the chaos around us. "It's trying to trick you." The security camera above the front door exploded in a shower of sparks, its screen cracking to reveal dozens of tiny versions of the entity, all pressing against the glass from inside the digital display. Every phone in our pockets began to vibrate, screens lighting up with missed calls from numbers that were just strings of zeros. Father Morrison's prayers reached a crescendo, his rosary beads clicking together with supernatural speed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around our feet, spreading outward in patterns that looked unsettlingly like handprints. The fog that had blanketed the area all night began to coalesce into shapes, tall, spindly figures that lurched and twisted at the edges of our vision. Then Margaret screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through everything else. I turned to see her staring at her house, where every window now showed the same image. Herbert, as he must have looked in life, pressing his hands against the glass. But his face was wrong, stretched into that same impossible smile we'd seen in the mirror. "He's been with us all along, Margaret," the thing said, using Herbert's voice, but distorting it, making it echo and overlap with itself until it became a chorus of horror. "Looking through every mirror, every window, every photograph, waiting, watching, wanting to bring you over to our side." "That's not Herbert," Father Morrison declared, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Your tricks won't work here, deceiver. You have no power over the truth of her love, the reality of her memories." The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with radio static, and suddenly every reflective surface in sight filled with images from Margaret's life with Herbert. Their wedding day, family picnics, Christmas mornings, but all twisted, wrong. In each image, Herbert's face was slightly too wide, his smile too sharp, his eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "Are you sure?" the entity taunted. "Are you sure you remember things as they really were, Margaret? Look closely. We've been here all along, in every reflection, in every captured moment. Reality is so fluid, after all, so easy to reshape, to rewrite, to reimagine." I could see Margaret's resolve weakening, confusion and horror warring on her face as she stared at the corrupted images of her life. The thing was trying to make her doubt everything, to break down her understanding of reality itself. And it was working. That's when I had an idea. "The surveillance footage," I said suddenly, grabbing Margaret's shoulders. "The security camera caught everything that happened tonight, before it was corrupted. Real footage, digital recordings that show the truth." Father Morrison caught on immediately. "Yes, physical proof of the division between reality and reflection. Evidence that cannot be twisted or denied." The thing's laughter faltered for the first time. In every broken window, every shard of glass, its faces flickered like bad television reception. "Show us," Margaret demanded, her voice finding new strength. "Show us the footage from when the deputy arrived. Show us what really happened." I pulled out my phone, ignoring the screen that now showed an endless tunnel of laughing mouths, and accessed the house's security system through our department's emergency protocols. The footage was there, uncorrupted, showing exactly what had happened. Margaret sitting still while her reflection continued to move, proving beyond any doubt that the entity was separate from reality, that it had no claim on her memories or her life. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every twisted image of Herbert vanished, replaced by the thing's true form, or at least what little of it our minds could comprehend. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a wound in the world that leaked darkness and chaos. Father Morrison seized the moment, his prayers reaching a fever pitch. The rosary in his hands began to glow with a soft, warm light that seemed to push back the unnatural shadows. The suspended glass shards started to vibrate, each one emitting a high-pitched tone that combined into a deafening shriek. Margaret stood up, tears streaming down her face, but these were different tears, tears of relief and understanding rather than fear and doubt. "You never had him," she said firmly. "You never had any of us. You're nothing but a reflection, a distortion, a lie." The thing screamed in 1,000 voices, its form becoming more fractured and unstable with each passing second. The glass shards began to fall, no longer under its control. The darkness pouring from the windows started to retreat, sucked back into whatever dimensional rift it had emerged from. In the vanity mirror upstairs, the origin point of this nightmare, there was a sound like a vacuum seal being broken. A final, massive surge of dark energy erupted from the house, and then silence. The fog dissipated, the frost melted. The broken glass lay inert on the ground, reflecting nothing but the normal, natural world. Father Morrison collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. The other deputies, who had maintained a perimeter throughout the ordeal, finally lowered their weapons. Margaret's house stood quiet and still, its windows now showing only the peaceful darkness of a normal October night. We had won, but victory brought more questions than answers. The cleanup and documentation took hours. Every mirror in the house was carefully removed and wrapped in consecrated cloth. The security footage was downloaded and secured as evidence, though I doubt it will ever see the light of day in any official capacity. Margaret agreed to stay with her daughter while a team of specialists from the diocese examined her home. Father Morrison explained that the entity would be weakened for a long time, unable to manifest so powerfully again in this area. But he warned us to be careful around mirrors, especially in those dark hours between midnight and dawn. "They're always watching," he said. "Usually they can't do more than watch, but sometimes, in the right conditions, with the right gateway." He didn't need to finish the thought. I submitted my official report the next morning, carefully worded to emphasize the mental health aspects of the call while omitting the more inexplicable elements. But Susan, my dispatcher, knew. She'd heard everything over the radio, including the sounds that no human throat could make. Margaret sold the house a month later, after the church had thoroughly cleansed it. She moved to Arizona to be closer to her family, somewhere bright and dry and modern, with few shadows for things to hide in. She emails me sometimes, keeping me updated on her life. She's doing well, all things considered, though she mentions that she's replaced all the mirrors in her new home with brushed steel. I've changed too. I keep my mirror time to a minimum these days. No more long glances while shaving or fixing my uniform. I've angled my rearview mirrors slightly off-center, just enough to see the traffic behind me, but never catching my own reflection. And I've started taking my coffee breaks somewhere other than Old Mill Road. The fog there seems darker now somehow, more purposeful. But the hardest part is knowing what I know now. That there's something else out there, watching us through every reflection, waiting for a chance to break through. That reality itself is thinner and more fragile than we imagine. That the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond the mirrors is not as solid as we'd like to believe. Sometimes late at night when I'm on patrol, I'll catch a glimpse of movement in my periphery, a shadow that doesn't quite match its source, a reflection that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And I wonder if that thing we encountered is still out there, searching for another way in, another mirror to corrupt, another soul to torment. Or worse, I wonder if it ever truly left at all. Because here's the thing about the security footage that still haunts me. The detail I left out of my official report. When we reviewed the tapes the next day, going frame by frame through the night's events, we found something disturbing in the final moments of the exorcism. Just before the camera exploded, in a single frame lasting only 1/30th of a second, every person present, Margaret, Father Morrison, my fellow deputies, and myself, cast reflections that didn't match our positions. And every single one of them was smiling that terrible, impossible smile. I keep a copy of that frame buried deep in a secured file. Sometimes, on nights when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly foolish, I'll take it out and study it. The image quality isn't great. Security cameras rarely are. But it's clear enough to see that our reflections are all slightly wrong, slightly distorted, slightly other. And I swear, though I know it's impossible, the smiles in that image get just a little bit wider every time I look at them. So take my advice. Be careful around mirrors, especially after midnight. Don't look too long or too hard at your reflection. And if you ever notice it moving just a fraction of a second slower than you do, or smile just a little differently than you are, run. Because by the time you see them watching, it's usually too late. The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell, not unpleasant but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know she'll always find me. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift, just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness, the faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes, the knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death, whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty, had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty, just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it. A wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe, or someone playing a prank, though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 247, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand, and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. "Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally." I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out? I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. Let's see, he said, checking his notes. Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim. I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13, a unit that should have been empty. Should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things, inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself. All of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening, because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, when I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. The price of memory. The first time I noticed something was wrong with my daughter. Emma was on a Tuesday morning in October. She was sitting at the kitchen table, methodically arranging her Cheerios into perfect concentric circles when she looked up at me with those big brown eyes and asked, "Daddy, why do you keep calling me Emma?" I laughed, thinking it was some kind of game. "Because that's your name, silly." She shook her head slowly, her expression unnervingly serious for a 7-year-old. "No, it's not. My name is Sarah." That was the beginning. I dismissed it as a phase. Kids play pretend all the time, right? But over the next few weeks, Emma, or Sarah, or whoever she was becoming, started changing in ways that made my skin crawl. It started small. She refused to wear any of her clothes, claiming they weren't hers. She'd stare at her reflection in mirrors for hours, touching her face like she was trying to recognize herself. She stopped responding to Emma entirely. The worst part? She knew things she couldn't possibly know. One night I found her in the attic, sitting cross-legged in front of an old trunk I'd never seen before. She was holding a yellowed photograph from 1957. "That's me," she said, pointing to a little girl in a white dress standing next to a swing set. "And that's my house on Maple Street before the fire." My blood ran cold. We lived on Oak Drive, and our house had never had a swing set. But when I researched it later that night, my hands shaking as I typed, I discovered that in 1957, a house on Maple Street, just 3 blocks from ours, had burned down. A family of 4 had died in the fire. Their youngest daughter was named Sarah. The changes accelerated after that. Emma's handwriting transformed overnight into an elegant cursive that no second grader should know. She hummed songs from the 1950s that I'd never taught her. She spoke about things that happened decades before she was born with the vivid detail of personal memory. I took her to doctors, therapists, specialists. They ran tests, prescribed medications, suggested psychological evaluations. Nothing helped. With each passing day, my daughter seemed to fade away, replaced by something else. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of piano music drifting up from our living room. We didn't own a piano. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs, following the haunting melody of a song I didn't recognize. Emma sat at an ancient upright piano that definitely hadn't been there when I went to bed. Her small fingers danced across the yellowed keys with the skill of a seasoned musician. She wore a white nightgown I'd never seen before, her long dark hair falling in waves down her back. "Sarah?" I whispered, the name feeling foreign on my tongue. She stopped playing but didn't turn around. "You finally understand, don't you, Mr. Collins?" "My name isn't Collins. It's Martinez." "Where's Emma?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Emma's gone," she said simply. "She let me in, and now she's gone. Children are so much more accepting of us than adults. They don't fight the transition like grown-ups do." "Us?" The word felt like ice in my mouth. She turned then, and I staggered backward. Her face was Emma's, but her eyes were ancient, filled with a darkness that no child's eyes should hold. "We're the ones who got interrupted," she said, her voice carrying an accent I couldn't place. "The ones who didn't get to finish. Some of us were taken by disease, others by accident, some by violence. But we all had one thing in common. We weren't done. We had so much left to do, to experience, to be." I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare, but I couldn't move. "Emma was perfect," she continued, running her fingers along the piano keys without pressing them. "So young, so full of potential. All that blank canvas, just waiting to be filled. She was lonely, you see. After her mother died, she felt incomplete. That's when I found her. The mention of Julie, my late wife, snapped me out of my paralysis. "What did you do to my daughter?" I demanded. Emma smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "I didn't do anything she didn't allow. She welcomed me, just like the others welcomed us." "Others?" She gestured toward our front window. Outside, in the pre-dawn darkness, I saw lights on in houses up and down our street. And in every window there were children, dozens of them, all standing perfectly still, all staring toward our house, all wearing white. "You see, Mr. Collins," she said, turning back to the piano, "there are so many of us waiting, and so many lonely children willing to share their space. It's happening everywhere. A great restoration. A second chance for those of us who were interrupted." She began to play again, the same haunting melody. "You should be grateful," she said over the music. "Emma was chosen. She's special. And now she'll never be alone." I ran out of the house that night and never went back. I couldn't bear to see whatever was wearing my daughter's face, using her hands, living her life. The police found nothing wrong, of course. The piano had vanished. The other children denied standing in their windows. Parents insisted everything was normal. But it wasn't normal. Nothing would ever be normal again. That was 5 years ago. I've been tracking similar cases ever since. Children who suddenly change, who know things they shouldn't, who seem to become different people overnight. The pattern is always the same. A lonely child, usually one who's experienced loss or trauma, suddenly transformed. Their parents either accept the change, convince themselves nothing is wrong, or disappear. I've found hundreds of cases now all across the country. Some of the children speak languages they never learned. Others demonstrate skills they couldn't possibly have acquired. All of them insist they're someone else, someone who died long ago. Last week, I received an email from a woman in Seattle. Her 10-year-old son had started calling himself William and speaking with a British accent. He could suddenly play chess at a master level and talked about fighting in World War II. She was terrified. I warned her to run, to get as far away from him as she could, but she didn't listen. No one ever listens. Yesterday, I found her obituary online, apparent heart attack. Her son William has gone to live with relatives. Another interruption, another completion, and the numbers keep growing. I'm writing this now because people need to know. They need to understand what's happening to our children. The invasion isn't coming from above or below. It's coming from the past, from all the unfinished lives seeking completion. And our children, our precious, vulnerable children, are opening the door. Watch your children closely. Notice how they change. Listen to what they say. And if they start talking about who they used to be, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because by the time they start calling themselves by a different name, it's already too late. I know this because last night I saw Emma again. She was on the national news, a piano prodigy giving her first concert at Carnegie Hall. She still looks exactly like my daughter, but her eyes, those ancient, knowing eyes, they stared right through the camera, right at me. And she smiled. The reporter mentioned that she lives with her father, Michael Collins, a proud single dad who supported her remarkable talent from the beginning. He looks exactly like me, stands like me, even has my laugh. But his eyes are wrong too. They found me, you see. They found me because I knew too much, asked too many questions, and now someone else is living my life, raising my daughter who isn't my daughter, while I'm here, in this new body, writing this warning. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to remember who I really am. The old memories are fading, replaced by new ones that don't belong to me. Soon, I'll probably forget I ever had a daughter named Emma. I'll forget I was ever anyone else. But before that happens, I need you to understand something. This isn't a story. This isn't fiction. This is a warning. Look at your children. Really look at them. Are they still yours? Are you still you? And if you're reading this, Emma, Sarah, whoever you are now, I want you to know that I remember. I remember the way you used to laugh. I remember how you loved strawberry ice cream and hated green peppers. I remember how you used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. I remember you, Emma, the real you. I remember. Who am I again? The following was found scrawled on the back of the last page. Hello, Mr. Martinez. Or should I say, Mr. Thompson? Don't worry about Emma. She's happy now. We're all happy now. And soon, everyone will be exactly who they were meant to be. Won't that be wonderful? Note from the editor. This manuscript was found in a rented room in Boston, Massachusetts. The tenant, who identified himself as James Thompson, had paid for 6 months in advance, but disappeared after just 3 weeks. The landlord reported that in the days before his disappearance, Thompson had covered the walls with hundreds of photographs of children, each labeled with 2 names and 2 dates of death. The police investigation found no evidence of foul play, and the case was closed. Thompson's current whereabouts are unknown. Interestingly, during the investigation, detectives discovered that Thompson's fingerprints matched those of a David Martinez, a man who had gone missing 5 years earlier after claiming his daughter had been replaced. Martinez's body was never found. The daughter in question, Emma Martinez, now performs internationally as a classical pianist under the name Sarah Collins. When asked about this manuscript, she smiled and said she had no comment. Her eyes, the interviewer noted, seemed much older than her 12 years. Sleep well, dear reader, and remember, children aren't the only ones who can be replaced. Epilogue. 3 days after this story was submitted for publication, the editor who received it resigned unexpectedly. Her replacement, a woman who bears a striking resemblance to her but insists they've never met, approved it for immediate release. The original editor's whereabouts are currently unknown. Her young daughter, however, has recently shown a remarkable aptitude for editorial work. She has her mother's eyes. Or does she? The morning ritual. I should start by saying that I never believed in the supernatural. Growing up in a family of scientists, my father a physicist and my mother a neurologist, I was taught to seek rational explanations for everything. That's probably why it took me so long to accept what was happening to David. By the time I finally understood, it was almost too late. My husband David and I met at a coffee shop 8 years ago. He was the kind of person who found comfort in order and routine, while I embraced chaos and spontaneity. Maybe that's what drew us together, the classic opposites attract scenario. He balanced my impulsiveness with his stability, and I helped him loosen up, at least a little. From the day we moved in together, David maintained the same morning routine with almost military precision. Every morning, without fail, he would wake up at 5 a.m., make coffee, read the news on his tablet, and leave for work by 6:30. I used to tease him about it, calling him my clockwork man. If I had known how prophetic that nickname would become, I might have paid more attention to the warning signs. The first incident happened 3 months ago. I had an important presentation at work that morning, so I set my alarm for 5 a.m., thinking I'd join David for his morning coffee and get an early start on preparation. When I walked into our kitchen, something felt wrong. The air was different somehow, heavier, like the atmosphere before a storm. David was standing in front of our coffee maker, completely motionless. Not the normal kind of still where you can see subtle movements, breathing, shifting weight, tiny muscle adjustments. This was different. He was frozen, like a photograph, staring at the wall with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "David!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the pre-dawn silence. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't breathe. "David, honey?" I tried again, moving closer. The kitchen tiles were ice cold against my bare feet, each step echoing unnaturally in the quiet room. When I touched his shoulder, he came to life so suddenly that I jumped back. He turned to face me with his usual warm smile, but something was wrong with it. The smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements were too precise, too calculated, like someone had programmed them into a robot. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said, his voice cheerful but somehow hollow. "Would you like some coffee?" I wanted to ask him about what had just happened, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I nodded and watched as he went through the motions of preparing our coffee. Every movement was exact, practiced, perfect. Too perfect. Over the next few weeks, I started paying more attention to his morning routine. What I noticed terrified me. Every morning, he took exactly 3 steps from our bed to the dresser, 4 steps to the bathroom. He spent precisely 27 seconds brushing his teeth. I timed it. 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the shower, never a second more or less. The coffee preparation was even more disturbing. He would open the cabinet, take out the coffee beans, Colombian, always Colombian, and measure exactly 6 tablespoons into the grinder. The grinder ran for exactly 12 seconds. He would pour the water to the exact same level every time. I once measured it, 875 milliliters, never varying by more than a few drops. If anything disrupted his pattern, a misplaced item, an empty container, he would freeze in place until the obstacle was removed. One morning, our cat knocked over his coffee mug just as he was reaching for it. His hand remained suspended in midair, grasping at nothing, while his eyes stared straight ahead. I quickly righted the mug, and he continued as if nothing had happened. I started experimenting, making small changes to see how he would react. I moved his coffee mug to a different cabinet. He opened the usual cabinet, and when the mug wasn't there, his hand just kept opening and closing on empty air. For 7 excruciating minutes, I watched him repeat this motion, like a skipping record. When I finally put the mug back, he continued his routine without missing a beat. The really frightening part was that he seemed completely unaware of these episodes. When I tried to talk to him about them later in the day, he would look at me with genuine confusion. "What do you mean I froze?" he would ask. "I just made coffee like I always do." But things were escalating. I started waking up in the middle of the night to find him practicing his routine in the dark. He would stand in front of our bedroom mirror at 3 a.m., mechanically rehearsing each movement with terrifying precision. His eyes were always open, but they were empty, like looking into the eyes of a doll. I installed a small security camera in our bedroom, hoping to document these nocturnal rehearsals. What I captured was far worse than I expected. In the footage, David would get up at exactly 3 a.m. every night. He would walk to the mirror, 3 steps, always 3 steps, and stand before it. Sometimes he would practice his movements, but other times he would just stand there, staring at his reflection for hours without moving. One night, I heard him talking to his reflection. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, as his words drifted across the darkness. They'll notice if I make a mistake. A pause. No, I can't fail. The routine must be perfect. Another pause. I know what happens if I fail. His reflection answered in his voice, but the words came from the mirror while his lips remained still. Show me again. From the beginning. The next day I tried to confront him directly. We were having dinner when I brought it up. David, I'm worried about you, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You've been acting different. He turned to me with that empty smile, tilting his head at precisely 45 degrees. Different? He asked, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. I'm the same as I've always been. I follow my routine. The routine is important. The way he said those last words sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just his voice. It was the way his entire face seemed to shift for a moment, like a mask slipping to reveal something else underneath. But why? I pressed. Why is the routine so important? His fork clattered to the plate. For a moment, his face went completely blank, not even a hint of expression. Then he smiled again, wider this time, too wide. Because it's the only thing keeping me here. What do you mean, here? He leaned forward, his movements jerky and unnatural. On this side of the mirror. I excused myself and went to bed early that night, but I didn't sleep. I lay awake watching as David went through his evening routine, exactly 23 minutes in the bathroom, precisely 2 chapters of his book, lights out at 10 p.m. sharp. At 3 a.m., right on schedule, he got up. But instead of going to the mirror, he stood at the foot of our bed, staring down at me. I kept my eyes nearly closed, trying to control my breathing. After what felt like hours, he spoke. I have to be perfect. They're always watching. His reflection answered from the mirror. Again, from the beginning. Yes, David agreed. Always from the beginning. The next morning I told him I needed to visit my sister for a few days. He was in the middle of his coffee routine when I told him, measuring the beans, 12 seconds of grinding. He stopped mid-pour, the coffee beans frozen in mid-air. That's not part of the routine, he said, his voice flat. I know, honey, but sometimes we need to break routine, I said, trying to sound casual despite my racing heart. He slowly turned to face me, coffee beans still suspended above the grinder. I can't break the routine. Breaking routine lets them take me back. Take you back where, David? His smile stretched impossibly wide. To the other side. I packed a bag while he was at work, taking only what I absolutely needed. As I was about to leave, I noticed something strange about our bedroom mirror. The reflection seemed delayed, as if it was moving a fraction of a second after I did. I drove straight to my sister's house, 3 states away. But even that distance doesn't feel safe enough. Because every morning, at exactly 5 a.m., my phone receives a text message. Watch me perform my routine. And every morning there's a picture attached. A different angle of our empty bedroom, with the bed made to perfection. Exactly the way David likes it. In each photo, if I look carefully at the mirror, I can see multiple reflections of David, all slightly out of sync, all practicing their routines. I've tried calling him, but his voicemail message has changed. Now it's just the sound of someone going through precise movements, accompanied by mechanical counting. 1, 2, 3 steps to the dresser. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the bathroom. I called the police to do a welfare check. They reported back that they found the house empty, but everything was arranged with perfect precision. Too perfect, they said. And the mirrors. They mentioned that all the mirrors in the house had been covered with sheets. I've been at my sister's for a week now. Last night I received a final text from David's number. I failed the routine. They're taking me back. Don't look in the mirrors. I called the police again. This time when they checked the house, they found all the mirrors shattered, and David was gone. The only trace of him was a single sheet of paper on our bed, covered in the same sentence written thousands of times in perfectly identical handwriting. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. I don't know what happened to my husband. I don't know what lives on the other side of the mirrors, or what they wanted from him. But sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. Precise mechanical movements, performed with terrifying perfection. And sometimes just before dawn I hear his voice, distant and hollow, counting out the steps of his eternal routine, the unrest stop. It's been nearly 2 decades since that night, and I still can't drive down an empty highway without feeling my stomach churn. Even now, the memory lingers like a shadow at the corner of my vision, always there, always waiting to remind me of what we saw, or what we think we saw. I've told the story to friends, co-workers, anyone who'd listen, and while most just laugh it off or give me skeptical looks, I've stopped caring. It's not about whether they believe me. It's about getting it out, like purging some toxin from my system. But if you're willing to hear me out, I'll tell you everything. Every detail, every chill, every moment when the world seemed to fold in on itself. I was 16 then, stuck in that awkward stage where I thought I knew everything and simultaneously felt like I knew nothing. My mom had decided that our summer vacation would be a road trip, a cross-country journey from New York to California, crammed in a battered minivan with my older sister Jenna, who was 20 and eternally exasperated with me. The trip was supposed to be an adventure, a bonding experience. What it became was something else entirely. It was late, past midnight, when we found ourselves on a desolate stretch of interstate somewhere in the Midwest. The road was long and flat, cutting through endless fields of nothingness. We hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Despite the emptiness, we weren't tired. We'd stopped a few hours earlier for dinner and coffee, and the caffeine was still doing its job. But nature called, and the gas gauge was dipping toward empty. When the glow of a rest stop appeared on the horizon, it felt like a blessing. A small green sign announced its presence. Rest stop, 1 mile. My mom, ever the pragmatic one, pulled off the exit without hesitation. As we approached, the place looked ordinary enough. A single-story building with the usual gas pumps out front, a flickering neon open sign in the window, and a scattering of parked vehicles. There was a van full of teenagers, their laughter and chatter spilling into the night air, and a small gray sedan parked at the pump directly in front of us. 2 men stood by the car, their figures silhouetted in the harsh fluorescent light. They didn't move as we pulled up, didn't acknowledge our arrival. It wasn't unusual, not at first. "I'll go in with Jenna," my mom said, unbuckling her seatbelt. You stay here and watch the car." I nodded, content to scroll through my phone and enjoy the brief solitude. They disappeared into the building and I was left alone, the quiet wrapping around me like a blanket. That's when the unease began to creep in. It was subtle at first, a faint prickle at the back of my neck, an inexplicable sense that something was off. The teenagers were the first to react. I heard one of them say, "This place is creepy as hell," followed by murmurs of agreement. They fumbled with the gas pump, muttering about it not working, and then, just like that, they piled back into their van and sped off, their taillights disappearing into the darkness. I turned my attention to the gray car in front of us. The two men were still there, standing as still as statues. They weren't talking. They weren't moving. They weren't even looking at each other. It was as if they were frozen in time. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. When my mom and Jenna came rushing out of the building, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, I knew something was wrong. "Get in the car," Mom said, her voice sharp and urgent. I didn't argue. As soon as they slammed the doors shut, I saw it. The men turned to look at us, slowly, deliberately, but they didn't move their bodies, only their heads, their eyes. I'll never forget their eyes, or rather the lack of them. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but darkness, not black like ink or shadow, but an absence of light, an emptiness that seemed to pull at my very soul. I couldn't look away, and yet every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away as possible. "Go!" Jenna shouted, and Mom floored the gas pedal. The tires squealed and the minivan lurched forward. As we sped out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The men hadn't moved. They just stood there watching us, their empty eyes fixed on our retreating car. We didn't stop driving until we reached the next city, an hour away. Even then, we couldn't bring ourselves to talk about what had happened. It wasn't until the next morning, when we were safely ensconced in a brightly lit diner, that we finally compared notes. And that's when things got even stranger. We tried to find the rest stop on a map, retracing our route and pinpointing the exact location where we'd pulled off. But it wasn't there. No matter how many times we searched, no matter how many locals we asked, there was no trace of it. It was as if the place had never existed. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Were the men even human? Was the rest stop some kind of liminal space, a tear in the fabric of reality? I've heard stories of haunted places, of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena, but nothing comes close to what we experienced that night. I've driven that stretch of interstate several times since then, always hoping and dreading that I might see the rest stop again. But it's gone, vanished without a trace. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the world feels just a little too still, I can't help but feel that it's still out there, waiting for its next visitors. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. "Is this a new couch?" I asked. The psychologist looked at the couch. "Number, same as always." "New chair?" "No." "New glasses?" "No." "Are you the same doctor?" The psychologist paused. "Yes." He scratched his head and sighed. Father sighed the exact same way often. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a small rectangular bottle of Jim Beam. He raised the bottle to his lips, avoiding eye contact with me, and took a sip. Then he offered the bottle to me. "Take a swig." "What?" "I'm retiring in a week. I'm leaving." "Take a swig." I took the bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. "This isn't whiskey?" I said after swallowing. You're right. It's brandy. You noticed that. You're fine. You overreact. You're a clam. Excuse me? It's all the same to a clam. Shel Silverstein wrote that. Would you call a clam stupid because it doesn't notice when prodded by a fish or stepped on by a human? Maybe. The clam functions well enough. But I'm not a clam. And this wasn't whiskey. I shook my head. I'd guessed that it wasn't whiskey. I had no idea that it was actually brandy. The psychologist must have realized this. I wish he did. You don't think my problem is a problem? I asked. It's not. It's a peculiarity. Nothing more. Your mother's been missing for 6 years and you never noticed. It's unobservant, but not abnormal. Your father has accused you of her murder. I've seen families more dysfunctional. You took the bus here all on your own. You are completely normal. Do not let anyone ever tell you otherwise. The fact that you can't naturally observe is just a peculiarity, and nothing more. I looked around and scratched the cuticles on my thumbs with my pointer fingers. Did you switch my room? Something looks different. It was a bad habit, the cuticle scratching. All of my habits were, I suppose. My cuticles were red and raw with hints of blood. I rested 2 fingers against my lips every once in a while, a habit reminiscent of my time as a smoker. My fingers felt yellow, like the old glow from a night spent binge smoking until 4 in the morning, except my smoking had never been from going out with friends. No, I spent hours at night staring at a certain spot, the coffee shop by the bridge, the park with the lights on the trees, even my own home, wondering what looked different. Nothing felt different. That was the problem. Nothing ever felt different. Not only did we not switch your room, but every room here is exactly the same, said the orderly. So even if we had switched you to a new room, still nothing would look different. The orderly wore white. He had brass skin, and his forearm muscles twitched when he spoke. The hair on his forearms was thick and blonde and looked like a memory of wheat. He had dark eyelashes and a heavy nose that seemed to melt from his face. His baggy white pants looked comfortable. It seemed a shame that wearing them out in a social setting would be abnormal. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. Did the orderly ever wear different pants? When I was 8 or so, while at school, my parents switched my bed for a bunk bed and moved all my older brother's things into my room, I said. Or maybe I switched into his room. He had a lot of things, clothes and furniture, but also posters like that Captain Marvel poster, the one where he looked like he was about to dive back down to Earth from the clouds. He had a lot of stuffed animals and action figures as well, mostly Captain Marvel stuff. He had a few Wonder Woman toys, but he kept those hidden. I used to tease him and call them Barbies. He would punch me for saying that. I didn't notice when he went off to college. I didn't notice when he came back. I didn't notice that, while he was gone, Father made the empty bedroom his office. I didn't notice Mother was missing. I didn't notice any of those things. Who knows why a butcher needs an office? Either way, I didn't notice. My brother asked where Mother was. I hadn't thought about it until he asked. He and I found out at the same time that she'd been missing for 6 years. My brother and Father had gotten into a fight. He came back all of a sudden, my brother. It all makes me feel stupid. So much happened, and I tell it as it was told to me, not as I experienced it. You're not stupid. That's kind of you to say, orderly. So anyway, my brother insisted I see a psychologist. Father would grimace at me. He would say, even the orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. He would give me steak every day because I don't like change. That line is from a Simon and Garfunkel song. I tried to be skeptical then. I knew I'd always have steak for dinner. I was always skeptical. Am I the only skeptical orangutan around here? Yes. There has been no change in your cage. Not that a change would be easy to notice. I wiggled my toes. I was barefoot because walking the hallways without shoes allowed me to feel the cool tile on my feet. There was something relaxing in pacing a small room barefoot. I shifted my weight and began picking at my eyebrows as I looked around the room. The walls were beige with a horizontal line of blue. The floor, tan tile, details. My psychologist thinks I don't have a problem. You guys think I do. I feel like a caged orangutan that doesn't move. The kind that if you had to describe it, you'd think it was depressed. That's how Father looked at me, like I was a depressed, confined orangutan. The orderly didn't reply. I sighed. So when can I leave here? After the trial, maybe. No, I mean, when will I be fixed? I keep having the feeling you guys are going to test me by making a change in my room and seeing if I notice. We don't do that. We're here to help you, not play tricks on you. You know that, don't you? My psychologist tests me, I said. I tapped my forehead, imagining a conversation where the orderly told me to take control. Unshakable habits beget unfavorable function. Something like that. That's what the psychologist said. I scratched my cuticles and looked at the orderly's pants. Are those Dickies? My pants? Yeah, they look comfortable. Is that an elastic waistband? You have the same pants except yours are blue. I felt my waist. I hadn't given my pants a thought. If someone had blindfolded me, I'd haven't the slightest idea what pants I was wearing. Is that normal? Yeah, everyone here wears the same pants. Sorry, not that. I was thinking that it's strange that I'd have no idea if what I'm wearing is different than normal. Isn't that odd? That's not for me to decide. I'd like to be able to notice change, I said. The orderly scratched his head. The doctor has diagnosed you with neophobia. Do you know what that is? A fear of change. Exactly. But I'm not afraid of change. I just wish I'd notice it naturally. The orderly shook his head as he left the room. I don't know what to tell you, but I believe you. I don't think you murdered your mother. A lawyer looked at me with an eyebrow raised, but also with his nose crinkled a little. So you never noticed your mother's absence, he said. I shook my head. Number Father never mentioned it. I know this is my second day in court, but I'm not sure if you're the same lawyer I spoke to yesterday. The courtroom didn't look like a courtroom. It looked like a room. Yes, the judge sat on a raised platform, but everyone else sat on folding chairs. Yes, the jury sat behind a wooden bar, but the room was carpeted, and there were only 3 people in the audience who all looked vaguely familiar. Everyone looked vaguely familiar when out of context. The lawyer turned to the jury. Why is that something that would need mentioning if you already knew? I didn't know. Are you the same lawyer as last time? I asked. The lawyer raised an eyebrow and turned back to me. I'm not your lawyer. I work for the DA. How did you not know? I thought I already answered this to the other lawyer. Isn't that why the judge sent me to the facility? Don't you already understand? I'm not an orangutan. There was a second lawyer. He nodded at me, a reassuring nod. The district attorney looked confused. I'm sure I looked confused too. The orderly leaned against the frame of the doorway. Tough day in court? I'm just glad to be back, I said. It's comforting here. I like the padded floor and walls. I don't like it out there. I can never shake the feeling that everyone's playing a big trick on me, moving things around and laughing because I don't notice. I hate it when people laugh at me. The orderly had brass skin and thick blonde hair on his arms. He had a heavy nose and dark eyelashes. His forearms were thick like an ape's. He looked familiar, but you could never be too certain. Everyone looked vaguely familiar to me. "Are you the—" "Yes, same as always. Is this the same room?" The orderly looked at me curiously. "You really don't remember? You even mentioned it to me yesterday. The tan walls with the blue horizontal stripe. Now today, padded walls. So this is a different room," I said, wide-eyed. I began scratching my cuticles. I don't like being surprised by change. I don't have a fear of change. No one likes surprises. "Yes, this is a different room, so you don't hurt yourself. Your lawyer's request, actually, says bad news is coming. None of you understand me. Father understands me. He gives me steak every day for dinner and for breakfast. I hate change because I don't notice it. But Father understood. He'd tell me all day that we'd be having steak. Then we'd have steak, and I knew nothing had changed. The orangutans have nothing of which to be skeptical. I knew I'd be having steak. I wouldn't have noticed if one day I didn't, but it was more comforting not having to worry about not noticing a change. Steak every day? I envy you, man. I love steak. Well, after a while he would switch to hamburgers, probably because it was too expensive to give me steak every day. But then we'd go back to steak. We alternated. I didn't like the burgers as much, though. That's understandable. The burgers made me sick sometimes. I wouldn't notice that he'd switched to burgers. They made me sick sometimes with their crunch. That's why I started seeing the psychologist. Why would you see a psychologist for a crunchy hamburger? Oh, not about that. Sorry. I mean, Mother missing for 6 years and I never noticed. That's what I was thinking. That's crazy. I love her. That's why I began seeing the psychologist. When I found out she'd been missing for 6 years and I never noticed. But now I'm here, in this psychiatric facility. Perhaps this is where I belong. I scratched my cuticles with my pointer fingers. Wherever I was, I'd always been there. Whomever I met, I'd always known. Whatever I ate, I'd always eaten. Whatever I'd think, I'd always thought. Not noticing change meant never getting excited, never pleasantly surprised, never owning, never having, just seeing, never observing. I recognized this, but unless I made a conscious effort to observe, everything passed by me unnoticed. "That's crazy," said the orderly, "but I'm certain you'll be out of here soon. You'll continue seeing your psychologist, and you'll slowly get better. You don't deserve to be here. That much is obvious. Imagine 2 boxes of chocolates, if you will. One is uncovered, one is covered. Both are yours. You would notice immediately if the uncovered had missing chocolate. Missing chocolates from the covered, however, could only be noticed once the cover was removed. This is how the butcher's son lives his life. Every uncovered box in his world is covered. While you or I would notice missing chocolates immediately by just glancing at the box, he wouldn't notice unless he actively wanted a piece of chocolate and it wasn't there. A favorite sofa, even if it were the only piece of furniture in his otherwise empty home, would only be noticed as missing once he intended to sit on it, and not a moment before. The rest of us would notice the second we set foot inside the home. And his father kept feeding him steak. He pointed out the front door of the courtroom for some reason, instead of at me in the witness stand. I guess Father was here too, somewhere. I hadn't seen him since this case began. The DA stood. "Objection. moved to strike. The other lawyer turned to the judge. "It's all about the evidence, Your Honor." The judge looked at both clients. "Overruled. I want to see where this goes." "Same couch?" The psychologist looked at me like I'd covered myself in shit. He didn't reply to my question. He really did not like me. It was the exact same look Father always gave me. I'd been released from the psychiatric facility. I wasn't guilty. I did not murder Mother. Now both Father and Mother were missing. I just needed to see my psychologist. The orderly looked apologetic as I'd left. I'd taken the bus straight here. The psychologist always made himself available to me. He felt sorry for me too, I think. "Yes, this is the same couch," the psychologist said, sighing. He took a swig from his bottle of Jim Beam. "Do you understand what happened in court today?" Pity was common. People always felt sorry for me because of my debilitating stupidity. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. They are especially skeptical of the clam. Yes, apparently Father is now the alleged murderer of my mother. I only get to see bits and pieces of the trial when I'm on the stand. But I'm not stupid. I could figure that much out. I still can't believe it. The psychologist stood from his chair and walked to the window. He stared at the parking lot down below. I watched him, wondering what I missed. That's why I hated change. I obviously missed something, but I had no idea what. I missed something. The psychologist's complexion became slightly pale, but also a tinge green, as if he suffered from food poisoning. He turned, grabbed his keys from the desk and coat from the hook by the door. "Come with me," he said. "This will all be over soon. We're going out for lunch." "Lunch?" The psychologist held the door open for me. "Yes, let's go." I wrapped my fingernails on the table. Why were we out to lunch at Outback Steakhouse? The waiter approached. "What will we be having today?" "One steak," said the psychologist. For the young man across from me. "You're not eating?" I asked. "Not right now, no. That's all, thanks." The waiter nodded and left. I looked around the restaurant. A giant boomerang hung from the wall. Do Australians actually use that? The psychologist cleared his throat. "Do you understand what happened in court?" I nodded. Father is wanted for the alleged murder of Mother. They think he did it. I didn't do it. Mother's body was never found, so I'm not sure why they think there's a murder to be solved. Maybe she just left. That's what I've been saying. No, she didn't just leave. She was murdered. Your father is guilty. I grimaced. I don't think so. But either way, he's been missing since the verdict. I'm sure he's off trying to find her now. The psychologist spoke slowly. Your father, the butcher, cooked you steak every day? Yes. He understood how I didn't like change. I don't notice it, and it makes me nervous and uncomfortable. He'd tell me we'd have steak, and that I'd always be having steak, and I always did. If he never repeated himself, then one day gave me fish or chicken or something, I'd never notice. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but I hate not realizing that something is different. I'm smart enough to realize how brain dead this all makes me. I wish so badly I could notice change, because then I'd be completely normal. But I can't, and I hate that so much. Most messed up people like me can't imagine what they're missing. I can. I can imagine it. I see normal and know I'll never be that. But I've accepted that I guess. The waiter returned and placed the steak in front of me. Is this definitely steak? I asked. The waiter looked at the psychologist and then back at me with a slight grin. He thought I was joking. I wasn't. It's definitely steak. Okay. The psychologist frowned at me. Try it. A strange bubbling grew in my stomach. I began to feel nauseous. I really did not want the steak. It didn't look good at all. It looked weird. I scratched my cuticles. I'm not really hungry. Eat the steak. I really don't want it. I scratched my cuticles harder. The scabs made way for fresh blood. I'm not going to ask again. Eat the steak now. I stared at the psychologist. He glared back at me. I really did not want the steak. Now, he repeated. I begrudgingly stabbed the beef with my fork, cut off a chunk, and placed it in my mouth. Notice anything? He asked as I chewed. I felt nauseous, but forced it down. I placed the fork down and took a large sip of water. I did not want to be here, and I did not want to eat this steak. Of course not. Nothing? I shook my head. Nothing. Take another bite now. What you have there is a T-bone steak. That's an expensive cut, from the short loin and, if the butcher did it right, a tiny piece of the tenderloin. That's my favorite part of the T-bone steak. The psychologist pointed again. Take another bite. I forced myself to pick up the fork, cut off another piece, and chew. It doesn't taste different to you? The nausea subsided. I chewed slower. I suppose I'm enjoying this taste more than I remember enjoying the taste of Father's steak. So you notice a difference. I suppose I do. Yeah. So I'll just tell you exactly what someone without your condition would notice. He would have immediately noticed that the steak he's eating now tastes far different from the steak his father fed him. He would have noticed it looked way different, smelled way different, and even felt way different. He would. Immediately. You never liked your father's steak. That's true. But you like this steak? I kept on eating. Yeah, I guess I do. The psychologist pressed on, his hands clenched on the table, a weird grin on his face. Your mother's body was never found. We can't even be sure that she was murdered. I already told you she was murdered. You never had steak for dinner, the psychologist said. He looked excited. He was smiling. Yes, I did. I had steak for dinner and for breakfast. The psychologist shook his head, smirking. You didn't. You had steak before your mother died, but after she died, Father cooked steak every day. No. The psychologist's smile broadened by the second. He looked deranged now. You never had steak for dinner because you wouldn't know the difference. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. The clams, well, it's all the same to the clam. Your father killed your mother. Your father killed a lot of people. You had meat for breakfast and dinner, but it wasn't beef. No, it was never beef. Your father had a room, your brother's old room. That room became your mother's. Your father prepared your every meal every day, but it was never steak. I dropped my fork. It clanged on the table. I dropped the knife too. It was hard to breathe now. I missed something. The psychologist began laughing hysterically. He grabbed his mustache and pulled. It came right off. He took off his glasses. I missed something big. It was hard to breathe. He was laughing so hard. You still don't recognize me. You're so stupid. This disguise cost $2. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed tears from his eyes. The handkerchief was stained heavily with blood. You never had steak. For dinner you had your psychologist. he said, wagging the handkerchief. "And for breakfast, you had your mother." I stumbled upon a dead language. As part of my doctorate, I was hired as a lab assistant, working with pediatric treatment. We were working on a paper measuring the exposure effect of a potential contaminant, while my colleagues were working on the measured effects on adults and the elderly. My team would work with children. The potential disruption to developing adolescence was deemed important enough to have a separate set of experiments and measurements. The study garnered unilateral attention and funding of not only one, but 4 different pharmaceutical companies, Hatchet PH being the main contributor. I was hired pretty late in the process. I wasn't even sure what the contaminant was, as it was just designated as the contaminant. Apparently it was something that resided just under the topsoil in a large residential area. To not taint our measurements, me and my colleagues were given minimum information about the symptoms to look for and what to expect. Instead, we were provided a set of experiments and willing participants. It was all fast and haphazard. Most of us started on a Monday, and Tuesday the following week was the day of our first experiment. Little time to prepare, get settled, or even understand. Still, this could be big enough to launch a career. The experiment, described as the Cognition and Ocular Development Assessment, CODA, was to be performed with full consent and supervision of the parental guardians. All children were between 6 to 10 years old, and none of them had any observed deformities or illnesses. We were given limited access to certain medical records to make sure our study didn't have the potential to cause any harm. Then again, I'd read the experiment checklist, and there was nothing that could damage anyone. If anything, I argued the results would be pretty much useless. As Tuesday came around, me and my 2 colleagues had prepared as best we could. The 3 of us would put 1 participant each through a series of tests. The CODA was 3 tests over a total of 3 hours. The parents were to be asked for consent before and after each step, and given the ability to stop any test at any given time. The experiment overall was surprisingly simple. It was supposed to be a measurement of cognitive and emotional development, mostly tested through facial and spatial recognition. The day of the experiment, I first met Logan, an 8-year-old kid sporting a baseball cap and a brand new Pokemon t-shirt. His mom was a bit anxious, but from what I'd been told, she'd been generously compensated. As I met them in the parking lot and lead them inside, I promised her we'd go through the specifics. "Don't worry," I said. "We're mostly going to look at pictures. Doesn't sound too bad, huh?" He shook his head, but I'd yet to see him smile. Maybe his mom's anxiety rubbed off on him. The testing room was somewhat small and made entirely out of concrete. There was a pair of opposite two-way mirrors on each side of the room. The walls were painted this sickly mint green, a color so neutral it hurt to look at. The first test was all about emotional intelligence. In sets of 6 pictures each, I was to show Logan various expressions and ask him which mostly correlated to an emotion. If they answered objectively wrong, according to a chart, we were supposed to ask them to explain their choice. Simple enough, I'd done something similar before. But this is where I first realized that Logan wasn't some ordinary kid. As I laid out the first image set, I asked him to identify the happiest face. Clearly it was card number 3, and Logan answered as such without hesitation. In the second image set, he was asked which one was the saddest. Again, it was number 3. He answered correctly, again. In the third picture, the 6 pictures were a wild mix. Some sad, some happy. One guy was sleeping in the corner. "Which one is the angriest?" I asked. There was a correct answer, number 4. a woman furrowing her brow and exposing her teeth. Yet Logan looked at them all for a long time. "Number 6, he said finally, pointing at the sleeping man. "How come?" I asked, following protocol. "It's complicated. They almost killed his mom." The kid seemed almost distant, staring at the picture. What the hell? He answered the rest of the questions flawlessly, but that answer stuck with me. Such a strange reaction. Not only did he answer wrong to an obvious question, but it was also such an odd explanation. Logan himself seemed to have trouble finding the right word for it. The second test was similar, but there were new cards, in sets of 3. Logan was supposed to explain each emotion presented by the people in the pictures. Happy, sad, angry, scared. It was similar to the first test, but much more detailed. For every image, there would be a description and a short explanation given by the participant. We pressed forward. First 3 cards, no problem. Happy, happy, sad. Easy explanations. Second set of cards, same result. Surprised, sad, sad. But when the third image set came along, I didn't know what to say. 3 people, all completely neutral. Not a single emotion on their face. They looked almost computer-generated. Logan didn't skip a beat, though. "She's scared," he said. "She doesn't know why she's doing this." And, what about this one? "Oh, he's hungry. He just doesn't show it." Hungry? Is that the emotion? Yeah, he's really hungry. Dangerous. And the third one? Logan took a long, hard look. After a few seconds, he looked up at me, almost like he forgot about the picture for a while. "Okay, I think he's obstinate." "Obstinate?" "Yeah, obstinate." "What do you mean?" "That's what he is. I don't know a better word for it." "So why is he, obstinate?" He saw something he shouldn't have. We continued with several more image sets, and Logan gave mostly ordinary answers, but every now and then he'd throw in something absurd sounding. Obstin was the first, but there was also ADR, Gald, and Srit. The descriptions were outlandish and frankly nonsensical. Address. He stared too long into the light. Gald. He didn't go swimming, but his feet are still wet. Srit. He fell between the cracks. By the time I was about to start the third experiment, I had a few moments alone with Logan's mom. Still anxious, she held her arms close to herself and didn't meet my eyes. "We'll be done in a bit," I said. "He's doing great." "He's such an imaginative child, you know." She nodded. "He makes up things all the time. You should see his drawings." "Does he have any trouble at school?" "No, not really, no," she smiled. "Well, mostly not. Some of the other kids can get a bit creeped out when he starts making things up." I checked the clock. It was time to start the final experiment. "All kids have a quirk or two," I smiled back. "That's what makes them kids." The final experiment was about recognizing places rather than people. One by one, I was to show Logan pictures of various places. Ordinary places like supermarkets, playgrounds, and factories. They were pretty easy to recognize. First, I'd show him the pictures. Then I'd ask him to describe the scene. Logan didn't seem to mind. The pictures themselves was easy for Logan to recognize. One by one, he explained what he saw. Factories with lots of cars parked outside. Empty playgrounds. But as we got to a park, he sort of stopped. His expression shifted. "That's a graveyard," he said. I had to stop myself from correcting him. It was obviously not a graveyard. "Can you describe it?" I asked. I really don't want to. There's a lot of people there. What kind of people? I was going off script, but I was just too curious. Logan leaned in to look closer at the picture. There's a lot of strange colors, he said. The people who used to be there are gone. I couldn't tell what he was seeing. The picture was empty. As we finished up, Logan went to the bathroom. I got some time to talk to his mom on our own, and I brought out the picture of the park. Do you have any idea what he sees here? I asked. No, she said, shaking her head. Could be anything. It's just strange, I said. Usually kids make up stories about dragons, lasers, wizards, that kind of stuff. Not graveyards and parks. Are you calling my son strange? I lost my train of thought. As Logan came back, she grabbed him by the arm as to leave. Before they did, I caught up to them. I had to try something. Logan, I said, just a moment. They stopped, and his mom gave me a tired look. I was thinking about buying this house, I said, bringing up a photo of a place I'd been checking out a few times. What do you think? He just stared at me, as if he didn't understand. He took off his baseball cap and scratched his ear. Looks dirty, he said. A lot of RO right there in the... Come on, Logan. His mother tugged his arm, and he was almost dragged down the hall. Turning back to me one last time, he yelled back. He looked up, and then he didn't. I didn't lie when I said I was thinking about buying that house. There was an open viewing the next day, and I decided to drop by on my lunch break. There were about 8 other people there, all couples. I kind of disappeared among them. Maybe I wasn't being considered as a serious buyer. The place was a bit too large for me after all. As the realtor ran off to speak to a pregnant couple, I stopped in the foyer. I had this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. Row, I whispered to myself. Right here. Just saying it out loud almost made me feel it. It was something so specific, so unique. It wasn't an emotion as much as it was an experience, a story. I could imagine myself lying on the floor, looking up at the wood-brown ceiling. I could feel my back growing stiff, as if I'd been lying down for too long. I could feel my eyes growing thick, like blinking through mud. Every breath, a conscious effort. Arms unresponsive. A prayer for my heart to keep beating. Then, nothing. Row. To look up, and then to not. I had this strange understanding, like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. Didn't the kid have a word for that too? God, I felt sick. Everyone was gathered around the realtor in the living room. I don't know what gave me the courage to confront him, but I just blurted it out. Did the previous owner die here? I asked. In the foyer? No, they didn't, he answered. You have to tell us if they did, one of the couples said. Another couple agreed. Okay, yeah, no one has died here. That much is true. No one did. But yes, they were found unresponsive in the foyer. There were loud sighs. A couple immediately left. Another left shortly afterwards. There was a queue to talk to the realtor, and within 10 minutes I was the only one left. Row or not, I got the place too cheap to care. This made me curious as to the words the kid had used to describe the various places and emotions. Over the following days, as I transcribed our findings, I started thinking about them a lot more, staring into the light too long, to get wet feet without swimming. It was all just cryptic nonsense. But what I'd felt that first night in my new house, that was Row. I could feel it. It was the right way to describe it. One night, As I stood in the bathroom, I thought about the word aider. It was what Logan had used to describe staring into the light for too long. It felt fitting, but I didn't know if I'd experienced it. I tried looking up into the bathroom light and just saying it out loud, but I didn't get the same feeling as when I'd said row in the foyer. This wasn't it. This wasn't ADR. I sort of gave up on it after a while. But as I was watching TV, the thought came creeping back to me. There was a news segment about a patient with severe brain damage, a woman who couldn't breathe on her own, or speak. She was aware in a sense, but completely imprisoned in her body. The segment focused on how her family was caring for her, but I just leaned in closer and looked at her. "Adder," I whispered to myself, "that's it." And it was. No question about it. She was Adder. From staring into the light too long, I could feel it, understand it. Over the next couple of days, I started chasing Gald. The word meant someone whose feet was wet, despite not swimming. It took me a while to get this one, but I finally found it in a newspaper article online. I felt galled from reading about a man who had died from an overdose down at the beach. His body had apparently choked itself, causing him to sweat to death. As he was homeless and living close to the beach, he'd been found by a couple of teenagers building a sandcastle. But that feeling of drowning on dry land, next to the ocean, that was galled. With the right word, I could feel it. I could empathize. In my mind, I could be there with him. But the final word I'd noted, srit. That was a difficult one. Over several days, I looked all over the internet. I searched forums, read obscure articles ranging back to the 90s, but I just couldn't shoot blindly into the web and hope for the best. I had to find out more, get something substantial. That thought made me take a step back. What about the photos? The photos we had shown Logan in the first place. Who were the people in the photos? I checked the inventory list for the experiment. Most of the cards were just mentioned as a number and an emotion, but I noticed that some of the faces were repeated with the same actors. All the cards which Logan had gotten right were repeated at least once, but the weird ones? Those were unique faces. The lighting was different. They didn't show any peculiar emotions. They were just strange people. A bit off. I took a few photos with my phone and tried to do an image search. I couldn't get a single hit. These pictures simply weren't available anywhere online. The ordinary emotions displayed could be found on various stock image sites, but not the strange ones that Logan pointed out. Finally, after a few hours and dozens of pages clicked through, I did find a picture that looked like one of the models, but in a completely different setting. And this was freaking weird. The picture I found online was from a social media profile. The profile, in turn, portrayed the user page of the very same homeless man that had drowned in his own sweat from an overdose. The same one I'd read an article of. But the article was written just a few days prior, and the picture must have been taken at least weeks ago. Listen, I don't know if you can get this. What Logan did was to perfectly describe, using one of his made-up words, was exactly what was about to happen to that man. The man who galled, who overdosed on the beach. I mulled the whole thing over in my head countless times, and finally, I just gave up. I had to talk to Logan again. I did the creepiest thing I've ever done. I tracked the kid down at his school. The following day, as he was about to get on the bus back home, I waved at him from across the parking lot. He was surprised to see me and couldn't place me at first. Then I could see him recognize me, like something lit up in his mind. "Hey," he called out. "Science man." "Hey, Logan," I called back. How's it been?" "Good," he said. "You're not here for more tests, are you?" He stopped a few feet ahead of me. "Actually, I'm just here to ask you about that language of yours. Those strange words you use. How do you come up with them?" "That's easy," he said. "Once you start talking it, you kinda don't stop. After a while, you just feel them, you know?" "So where did you learn it?" I asked. "Anywhere special?" "I think I always knew." He shrugged. "Like, it's weird, like listening. But not to a sound, but like a color. It's just sort of there, inside." "So you can always see it? Because sometimes you said people in pictures were just happy or sad, ordinary things." "Well, sometimes those things are easier to see. You said I should answer fast, not, accurately. So you can see it now?" I chuckled. "Anywhere? Here with me?" "Sure," he smiled. "Just stand still for a bit." Logan looked at me for a while. As I met his eyes, I could feel something. There was that feeling again. Obstin. To see something I shouldn't have. Right there, in that kid's eyes, he knew something. Strangely enough, it wasn't him that broke the silence. It was me. "Athos," I said. I didn't know why I said it, but it took Logan by surprise. The one who shouts until they listen," he said. "That's what it means, right?" "I think that's me." "I don't know," I said. I'm sorry, Logan. I don't know why I said that." "Did you see it?" he asked, almost excited. "Do you see it now?" I want to say that I didn't. I want to say I saw nothing, but that'd be a lie. A million little words crept into my mind, and as I stared into that kid's eyes, I saw something I shouldn't have. Now it was all becoming clearer. The more words I knew, the better I understood. The word I'd looked for, srit, was a lot more complex than Logan had made it out to be with human words. It was contextual. The man had died in an earthquake. He fell between the cracks. No, he hadn't. He was going to. It was describing events destined to unfold, but it was also describing something that had happened. Was it both? Neither? "I see it," I admitted. Right there I could feel the parking lot falling away in insignificance. With a single unspoken word, we could tell each other infinite things. These mundane expressions were just the tip of the iceberg, a dumbed-down shadow of what was truly being said. The words told us of things that were, things that could be, and things that currently was. And in that moment of silence, of understanding, I heard the vibrant colors so clearly I could almost see them. They were piercing into my mind, forcing themselves into my understanding, screaming to me that once you understand something, you can't unlearn it. I forgot to breathe, as to not accidentally say something I shouldn't. "Hut!" "You weren't talking about the picture I held up in the test. You were looking at me," I said with nothing but a shallow breath. "Obstin. I'm obstin. You didn't even look at the picture." He didn't have to answer. I knew it was true. It was written into the word itself that my realization would come. Then, as possibilities came rushing towards me, I could feel an enormous weight come down on me. My mind couldn't take it. My body was shutting down as I fell to my knees, screaming until my neck felt raw. The world started to fade as my heartbeat swallowed my hearing. I have a hard time describing what happened next. When I closed my eyes, I'd see millions of possibilities. Mostly pain, suffering, and terror. My own thoughts and emotions multiplied like a torch in a hall of mirrors. I'd see myself waking up in my bed, only to get murdered by 1,000 different weapons. I'd see myself drowning in my bathtub, breaking my neck, falling down the stairs. Death. So much death. And then in the blink of an eye, I'd be in the back of an ambulance, feeling the residual effect of a defibrillator on my chest. As I blinked, the ambulance burst into flames. The driver crashed into a tree, someone carving their initials into my chest with a scalpel. None of it was real, but I couldn't tell anymore. Different worlds, with nothing but a well-placed syllable. All the while I was just spitting out seemingly random words. My eyes lost focus, and as I lost grip of reality, my body shut itself down in self-defense. Thank God. This was back in January of 2019. Logan was born with this language already stored in the back of his mind, some kind of residual effect from his contamination. But for people like you and me, we can't take it all at once. So over the years, with intense therapy to back me up, I've settled on trying to learn one single word. I'm going to find out as much as I can about just what it means to be obstinate, the word describing me. There was so much to that one word that you could fill a lifetime with it. In a way, maybe that was the point. A God language meant to fit all of our very beings into simple expressions, like compressing a folder into a zip file. But that's just the thing. To learn what it really means to be obstinate, to be my word, I can't really do anything else but to live and see what happens. Not unless I want to go back to where my mind wandered off to. Still, sometimes I can feel something creeping back into my mind. Little tingles, syllables and sounds, reminding me of all the knowledge I still have stored away somewhere in my inner madness. Little words with galactic proportions. It is so easy to slip back into that mind, just inches away from the edge of what my physical brain can hold. I sometimes wonder what all your words are. I sometimes wonder what they mean. I'll really try not to think about it.